Good morning, guys. My name is Brandon. This here is Alyssa. We're here at Harmony Beach Park in St. James, Montego Bay, and we're here to share a yoga session with you guys. We just highly believe that the gift of yoga is for everyone and it benefits us whether it's physically or mentally. So we hope that you guys truly enjoy and get to share this practice with everyone that's around you. Thank you guys and enjoy. We're just saying have a nice little gentle class today, but as always, try to listen to your own bodies. If there's any sort of pain, never push through any sort of pain at all. And if you feel free to modify something or even explore, always feel free. All right, guys, so from here, we're gonna get started in our seated position. And just to take a little check-in, noticing what's going on with our normal, natural breath. And after that deep breath, we're gonna slowly come around to the hands, to the knees, finding a tabletop position. From our tabletop, we're gonna find our cat and cows, stacked shoulders above the wrists. We're gonna take a deep inhale as we are. As we exhale, tuck our tailbone underneath, start to round through the spine, tucking our chin, pressing the floor away. As we inhale, tailbone to the sky, belly, chest to the mat as the chin comes forward. Just for one more, we're here, our exhale to tuck our tailbone, rounding through our back, pressing the floor away, tucking the chin. Inhale, tailbone to the sky, flexing through our back, chest, belly to the mat, chin forward. Just one more of each here, guys, for good measure. Exhale to tuck and round, press away from the floor. Your inhale to flex, coming back, chest to the mat. And then after this exhale, we're just gonna start to meet up at our flat back. And then once there, our inhale, right arm goes up to the sky, open the chest. Our exhale, thread our arm underneath, come down to resting on the shoulder and side of the head for 3 big breaths as we are. Really try to notice what's going on into the mid and upper back. And then with our next inhale to press, reach back up to the sky, open up through the chest. Nice, guys. Our exhale, rest that arm. Inhale, left arm, opposite hand to the sky. Our exhale to do the same thing, opposite way, nice and easy. From there, we're just trying to check in, compare how this side feels towards our opposite here. For one more big breath. With our next inhale, we press, reach back up to the sky, open the chest. Our exhale to rest to the mat. And from here, just to check in child's pose, we're sitting our hips back to the legs, walking our chest, forehead down to the mat. Just for a big sigh of relief, just to check in. Just know that this is our resting posture. We can meet here at any point in time. After our exhale here, to slowly press, bring ourselves back to the hands to the knees. From here to find downward dog, we tuck our toes underneath to press the hips and legs up and back to the sky. And just slowly straighten one leg as you bend the other, pedal out our feet. Just kind of move the hips around, make sure the arms are strong, pressing through the knuckles and the fingers. Just taking a deep breath here as we are. We're gonna get moving with our next inhale. We rise up to our toes, look at the hands, and as we exhale, step feet to the hands. Half lift from here, we lift halfway up, lifting the chest, looking out in front of us. Our exhale, forward fold, chest to thighs. Inhale to rise to standing, reach up, look up. Our exhale, bring our palms to our chest center, draw the shoulders down and back. And then our inhale to reach back up to the sky, look up. Exhale, we forward fold, pressing our hips back, bending at the knees. Half lift from here where we lifted our chest, looking out in front of us, a flat back. Our exhale to plant the arms, step back to plank, taking our breath. As we exhale to slowly lower down halfway and then roll our chest forward to the sky, drawing the shoulders down and back, point through the toes. Your exhale, downward dog. Big breath once we're there. And then our inhale, right leg goes to the sky. Our exhale to step our right leg up. From here, inhale, right arm goes up to the sky, lunging twist, left arm down to the mat, and really trying to notice our hips here for one more big breath. Your exhale, we bring it back, downward dog. Switch out sides. Your inhale, left leg to the sky. Our exhale, step it up to the left hand, right arm to the mat as the left arm to the sky, opening through the chest. Really try to notice the hips on this side for one more big breath. Your exhale, we bring it back, downward dog. Just taking our breaths here, guys, or 3, and then going through this flow one more time, just switching up the sequence a little bit. So your inhale, we rise to the toes, exhale, feet to the hands. Half lift to look out in front, find that length in our spine, and exhale to fold it in. Inhale to press and rise, reach to the sky. Exhale, palms to our chest center. Inhale to find that length, reach up. Exhale, forward fold, press it all in. Inhale, find that lift, halfway up. Our exhale, plant the arms, step back to lower down through push-up one more time, nice and slow. Halfway down, roll the chest forward, point through the toes. Our exhale, downward dog, however you get there. And then with your inhale, right leg goes to the sky. Our exhale, step it up, top of the mat, crescent warrior. Our back heel is lifted off the mat as we press and rise to lift our arms, chest to the sky. And from here, really press through the front feet. Try to square off the hips. Our belly button is forward for one more big breath. With our exhale, a warrior 2. Plant the back heel to the floor, make a T with our arms. We're looking off our front fingertips, really pressing through the front leg and the back heel. Then your inhale to reverse your warrior, front arm to the sky, back arm down your back leg. As we exhale, we windmill hands to the floor, bring it back, downward dog. And then just switching out sides, inhale, left leg to the sky. Our exhale to step it up. Crescent warrior, we press and rise, arms and chest to the sky. Best as we can, notice how the hips feel compared to this side. And then your exhale, warrior 2, back heel plants to the floor, make a T with the arms so our chest and hips open, same way. Nice, guys, big breath. Inhale to reverse your warrior, front arm up to the sky, back arm down your back leg. As we exhale, windmill the hands down to the floor to bring it back, downward dog. And then from here, just to check in, we're gonna lower the knees, child's pose one more time. Sitting our hips back down to the legs, resting our chest, forehead to the mat.
Greetings, I'm Afia Walking Tree and I'm in this absolutely stunning Hope Botanical Gardens in Kingston, Jamaica. And today we are going to experience the nature of our breathing and drumming and allowing ourselves to wake up today, to clarify, to clear out, to purify, and to also bring ourselves into a space of alertness, awakeness. You can put your palms together and the ring finger goes down in the center, and then just get everything over and just put it in a ball, and then we're going to bring it to the heart. If that's too complicated, you can also just do this. Just the prayer pose is perfect. All right, so right at the heart, notice your heart, taking a big deep breath in. You can lower your eyes, close your eyes, whatever feels comfortable to you. Breathing in and out. allowing yourself to sit in that beautiful space that you have conjured. Your connection to nature, and nature connecting to you through the breath. Allow the breath to just continue being natural, naturally breathing in and out at your pace. When you have that moment to reflect and you're ready to open your eyes and just look around from right where you're at, look and see what you can see, connecting with nature. The nature of your breath, the nature of awakening, the nature of being present in this moment. One more deep breath in. At the top, bringing the arms up in the air, stretching, opening the heart chakra, extending the arms to the side, head back, looking up. Breathing in, bringing the arms up again with the breath in and out. One last time, breathing in, bringing the arms up, bending over, and opening the chest. Breath of life, pranayama. In Kundalini, we say Satnam. Satnam means truth is my identity. So I say to you and greet you in this way. Truth is my identity, and I know that truth is yours as well. Satnam. Thank you.
Are you feeling me out there? Yeah. Say after me. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. Good. Wow. That was a beautiful start. Yeah. Were you enjoying that? I hope you were as much as I was. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the fourth annual Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. This year it's under the theme A Whole New Era of Health and Wellness. And on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and its agency, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, thank you for joining us here at this beautiful Montego Bay Convention Center. And also those folks who are joining us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram via, of course, TEF Jamaica and the PBCJ. Now, in case you're wondering, who am I? Please allow me to introduce myself to those of you that I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting. My name is Michael Anthony Cuff, and please think of me as your wellness tour guide. And I'm absolutely delighted to be walking you through the events of the next 2 days. We are looking forward to a very exciting and enlightening convention. And of course, before we start all of this excitement, I would like to invite some prayer into the midst of it all to get started. So at this point, we'll invite Ms. Jennifer Griffith, and she will lead us in prayer, after which the excitement will begin.
A blessed morning to everyone. We are going to have very exciting prayers this morning, okay? 3 John chapter 1, verse 2 says, "Beloved, I pray that you may prosper in all things and be healthy, as even your soul prospers." And 1 Corinthians 10, verse 31 says, "Whatever we do, whether it is what we eat, what we drink, or whatever else we do, we should do it in such a way that we glorify God." Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, almighty and everlasting God, the God of healing, the God of grace, we thank you for today. We thank you for life, for health and strength, and that you bring us all here together this morning. So, Lord, we come before you now, seeking your blessings on this health and wellness conference. We pray that you will guide the proceedings, that all objectives will be met, and that you will open new opportunities for our spas and our providers of health and wellness products and services. Lord, at this time, we pray for your anointing upon our minister, that you will grant him wisdom, health, and strength as he leads the tourism sector. We pray for your continued blessings on all participants this morning, every member of staff, our tourism partners, our friends who are here with us today. We thank you, Lord, that you are our constant presence, that you will guide us into healthy living, physical, spiritual, and emotional, in ways that are pleasing to you. Help us to always be conscious that our bodies represent your temple, and that we are to keep it holy and acceptable to you. Gracious Father, we pray that you will be our firm foundation, our ever-present strength, and our strong defense against all that is evil. O Lord, we pray, in the name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Thank you so very much, PS. Now, as you would expect, we have a lot of important people here today. And of course, I mean, when I say that, I mean each person in this center is important, okay? But there's some that are designated, and so therefore, if you'll allow me, I'd like to introduce you to them at this time. Now, I'd like to start with our illustrious Minister of Tourism, of course. That would be the Honorable Edmund Ed Bartlett. Good to see you, sir. It's been a while. COVID has come between us, but hey, that's behind us now, right? Okay. And of course, you met her earlier. I'd like to also acknowledge formally our permanent secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Ms. Jennifer Griffith. I almost said Reverend, but hey. And also here with us, we would like to acknowledge the Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Carrie Wallace. Ms. Joy Roberts, the Executive Director of JAMVAC, is also with us, as is Mr. Wade Mars, Executive Director of TPDCO. I haven't seen him in a long time, but hey, it's good to be, in your presence again, sir. Ms. Maureen James, General Manager of MBCC, the President of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, Mr. Robin Russell. Mr. Kyle Mays is also here with us. He's the Chairman of and Health and Wellness Network, Ms. Carolyn McDonald Riley, Director of the Tourism Linkages Network, Mr. Oral Heaven, President of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, distinguished panelists, my colleagues in media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. You know, this is a health and wellness event, and that response didn't sound too healthy. So, let me back up and do that again. Good morning. Thank you so much. That sounds wonderful. Good. It's a nice reflection of, what I'm seeing from where I stand. Now, the health and wellness industry is billed as a $4 trillion industry. And I am going to say that's more than any one of you seated here today can count. That's higher. That's a lot. $4 trillion. And since 2019, this conference has brought together some of the most respected leaders and thinkers, not just from Jamaica, but the Caribbean and around the world. And this year will be no different. We will continue to highlight thematic areas, including wellness in the community, the spa sector, global wellness trends and insights, wellness travel and experiences, gastronomy and wellness, health and wellness tourism value chain, wellness music, and of course, investing in wellness. So you're in for a whole raft of knowledge base over the next 2 days. So special mention is also in order for 2022. We have included a health and wellness trade show. Very, very important component in this health and wellness industry. And we'll be showing local businesses from across the health and wellness sector, offering products, services, and experiences. And so we'll be talking a little bit more about that in just a while. But also let me welcome and thank our participating businesses. Very, very important to what we're doing here this morning. We would also like to acknowledge our partners. And of course, the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, very instrumental in that. The Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JAMPRO, JMEA, JBDC, the Exim Bank, Bay West Wellness Hospital and Clinic, RADA, the Development Bank of Jamaica, ATL Automotive, and the Jamaica Bureau of Standards. Thank you all for being a part of this remarkable event. Okay, so just about here we have a very special welcome from the chairman of the Health and Wellness Network. I spoke with him earlier and he's raring to go because he's just as excited as we all are to get this thing on the way. So please help me welcome our first speaker, Mr. Kyle Mays.
It has been a while, hasn't it? But always good to see you. Always good to see you. Look at this, eh? Our 4th year. And yes, I couldn't be more excited. And again, thank you, Michael Anthony. Thank you for agreeing to guide us and steer us through the next couple days. And although protocols have been established, I would be remiss not to acknowledge us again and many of our dignitaries and friends that we work so closely with. Beginning, of course, with the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, our guiding light and a gentleman who I'm proud to call our Minister of Tourism. Once again, please. His rudder, Ms. Jennifer Griffith, Permanent Secretary, and I say that with with all honesty, and we all know it. We have Dr. Kerry Wallace, Director of Tourism. Not quite. He's the ED of, I'm promoting you, by the way, you heard me. Promotions in the future. So our ED of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. We have with us Wayne Mars, Executive Director of the TPDCO. We have my good friend and neighbor for a short time, Ms. Joy Roberts, Executive Director of JAMVAC. We have our TEF hardworking Director of the Linkages Network, Ms. Carolyn McDonald-Riley. And in fact, all the chairpersons and executive directors of agencies and of the Ministry of Tourism present today. We have with us Mr. Robin Russell, our newly minted, very newly minted, he's our president of the JHTA, and also newly minted, and we did say hello earlier, Oral Heaven, the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, we have with us today. So great to have you two gentlemen with us. Esteemed presenters, distinguished guests, members of the media, colleagues, and folks who are joining us via Instagram and Facebook, all of you online. That's a thing these days. That's a new norm, and it has served its purpose very well. It is indeed my honor and my pleasure to bid you all a very warm welcome again to this, the 4th Annual Jamaica Health and Wellness Conference. Tell you a little bit about the TLN, the Tourism Linkages Network, which is chaired by Mr. Adam Stewart, and Adam does send his apologies for not being with us here in person, but certainly he assured me he is in spirit. We seek to develop and strengthen sustainable linkages between the tourism sector and other productive sectors of the Jamaica economy. As chairman of the Health and Wellness Linkages Network, I'm super excited about the program we have planned for you over the next couple of days as we enter into this post-pandemic recovery period. Notice I said post. I wonder if that's official yet, but I'm going with it. So we've put it behind us, and I'm sure you'll understand when I say it's going to be a whole new era of health and wellness in Jamaica. The opportunities for us abound. The fantastic team of the TLN and I have been working assiduously this year with private and public entities to primarily address the new norms resulting from the pandemic in the form of significant research, projects, development of programs, awareness, new innovation, developing standards, protocols, and most recently, a new beaches, parks and trails guide, which we will be launching this afternoon, which we have hot off the press. Minister and Dr. Wallace, we're very excited to show you that piece of wonderful work. We also been working to revamp our website, our health and wellness website, and take a note, it's wellnessinja.com. So let's put that in our diaries and save that very important website. All of these are going to play a very crucial role in assisting our industry to shine, and shine we will. So for this year's conference, we've taken the decision to include what I feel is an excellent, just an amazing aspect, being our stakeholders' trade show. And as I look around this morning and I see us in the audience, it really just, it proves to me that we are on the right track. It's our inaugural, but we're going to make sure we're going to grow this aspect to greater heights in the future, because it really solidifies the TLN's commitment to our local wellness service providers, our suppliers, our manufacturers, our growers, retailers. And so I really want to say thank you for joining us on this journey, for being a part of it. And again, you have our commitment that we're going to make it grow from strength to strength and put it squarely on our calendar for years to come. Further, our intention for the next 2 days is to provide a platform for knowledge exchange, multi-sectoral integration and presentation of research and data insight in the area of health and wellness tourism. It is important to note that pre-pandemic, there was tremendous momentum for wellness tourism taking place. In fact, internationally, tourism was growing at 3.2%, thereabout, Minister will correct me. But annually, wellness tourism was growing at double that rate, at approximately 6.5%. Yes, the pandemic did wreak havoc and brought our industry to a temporary standstill. Well, that was true of all of tourism, all of travel. But the important thing is it certainly changed us, yes, in one way or the other, but with a silver lining, there is something else. It ignited a huge interest in health and wellness for individuals, people worldwide. And we feel that this is going to be and has been, you probably have recognized and have noticed already that it is going to create a huge recovery. In fact, the Wellness Institute expects revenues to exceed the $1 trillion mark by 2025. And that's not a small figure. And I'm talking US, by the way. We only talk US, right, Michael? Yeah. In order to set the stage for the next couple days, let me quickly review the foundational and fundamental elements of wellness and wellness tourism. So first, what is wellness? Well, it's the active pursuit of activities, choices, and lifestyles that lead to a state of holistic health. There being 6 elements, key elements, and it can be expanded to 12, but you have the physical, you have the mental, you have the social, spiritual, and not to be left out, very important these days to us all, the environmental aspect. So when you combine all the ecosystems of each of those, or combine them into a global economy, let's say, and because there are many aspects, you're left with a figure of $4.4 trillion. And that was pre-COVID. So you can imagine where we're heading. Our conference will also endeavor to expand the discussion on how we can more deliberately tap into this economy, as health and wellness is definitely not limited or restricted to just pampering. We know about our spas and feeling good in that way, or relaxation, but or dieting or a one-off exercise routine. It also gives us opportunity to reimagine what we produce, how we produce, the markets we serve, and how we respond in the future to different disruptors. And so our resilience, which is a very important, as we have learned, aspect of our livelihoods going forward. We hope to also galvanize efforts of the Ministry of Health and Wellness as we look forward to hearing from Minister Tufton on this subject in his session tomorrow. The pandemic has certainly blurred the lines between health care and sick care. Sometimes when we talk about health and wellness, even I get, we have to separate it. But it certainly has merged. It highlighted that healthy individuals were less impacted overall than those with comorbidities, individuals with compromised autoimmune systems, those challenged with obesity and other chronic illnesses, which were widely and were impacting their immunity and as I said, immune systems. So it created more hospital stays and higher rates of mortality. This wake-up call has led us and has led to a more urgent drive to incorporate wellness into a lifestyle and not to just rely solely on the medical care system after the fact. I'm also excited to hear from Minister Bartlett in terms of health and wellness and sustainability and how we align with our focus on the blue economy, which will play a crucial role going forward as we take note that travelers globally seek to be more environmentally conscious, without a doubt, and they want to assure, as they make more informed health, safety, and lifestyle choices. So it is vitally important for us to adjust and adapt to what they want, and he's very good at identifying that and tapping into it. In fact, I pay special tribute to him for his insight and innovation that he has brought into the arena of health and wellness tourism. And without his support, we would not be here and at this very important event. So thank you again, Minister. In closing, I do hope you will find that the conference is informative, useful, and as we go forward, not only in developing your own business and projects and programs, but as you help the nation on its path to recovery. And I do see health and wellness as the new dawn where we can achieve much of what we want, not only for tourism, but also for our people and our country and indeed the world. I want to thank you again for your participation and again, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. And of course, I mentioned earlier that the health and wellness industry was a $4 trillion industry. I'd like to correct that because, as I said, nobody seated here can count that high. It's actually 4.4. And if anyone is supposed to know, if anyone would know that, Kyle would. All right? So I stand corrected on that. It's good news, right? Every dollar counts. Okay, so our next speaker is the dynamic president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, the JHTA. We saw each other in the parking lot as we were coming in this morning, and I can tell you he's raring to go. So please help me welcome Mr. Robin Russell.
Morning, everyone. I'm glad Michael told you that I was not late. I came in late, but I was not late. Greetings, everyone. Minister, welcome to a very exciting conference. I can feel the energy, and I'm looking forward to really participating in it. I bring you greetings from the Council and the members of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association. And we bring special commendations to the Tourism Linkages Network and the Tourism Enhancement Fund for putting on this most important conference. As a mature tourist destination, we all know that Jamaica is #1. Everyone has heard of us, and those who have planned to come, and those who haven't are on the way. And as a new slogan says, come back for the first time. I added that part. But we are not resting on our laurels, as we know that one of the keys to staying on top is innovation, and we're all about expansion and differentiation. We have the sun, the sea, the mountains, the coffee, the reggae music locked. But we live in a world where, apart from fun-filled vacations, people are constantly searching for better ways to take care of their mental, physical, and spiritual being. And Jamaica, we understand wellness. We know the value of a good sea bath. our hot springs, our natural waterfalls, our rivers. There's no shortage of fresh fruit, indigenous to Jamaica, that is, seafood, herbs, and potions with legendary medicinal properties. I know many of us remember that spoon of castor oil before going back to school. You can still taste it. Plants, many of our plants around our homes, aloe, mint, turmeric, we see now in very popular and international brands. This is why the wellness tourism sector is low-hanging fruit for Jamaica. As we expand our offerings, including distinct segments like spa, medical, sports, and manufacturing. It is said, just like Kyle and Michael, the sector is growing. It is, in fact, the largest segment in the tourism market in terms of growth. And GWI has said 4.4 million, trillion, is currently, with the forecast of it being up to 7 trillion by 2025. It has also said that among the top wellness markets are the rich, populous countries, namely the US, Canada, China, UK, Switzerland, Japan, and Germany. And we also note that countries like Aruba and St. Lucia, who have taken advantage of this trend, now boast a 10% annual GDP through wellness. Yes, well. A lot of work has been done to sensitize our own Jamaicans to the potential of the wellness market, not just for tourists, but our own residents. We are already seeing quite a number of Jamaican entities tapping into this niche. We're seeing local customers routinely patronizing spas, beauty salons, and wellness facilities. The next step is to connect tourism with these local spas, these local destinations. We also see where we can leverage our natural resources, medical services, and fitness programs with our resort amenities. We are told that the demand for health and wellness tourism is driven to some extent by the high costs in first world countries. Persons in the US, Canada, Europe often look beyond their home country for high quality certified services in healthy climates. And Jamaica is that place. There is tremendous potential for us to manufacture products using our indigenous plants. We can manufacture soaps, oils, body scrubs, fragrances, and of course drugs. Not the one I'm thinking about. We're talking about the ones that will go in bottles on Walmart shelves. Right, guys? All right. The world is embracing natural, and we can deliver. I know that this conference will explore many of the avenues and strategies for developing the health and wellness sector in Jamaica, and we look forward to the deepening collaboration between the sectors. As we set about to build on what already exists to create the most extraordinary health wellness tourism destination in the world. Thank you very much.
And thank you too, Robin. You know, look, I understand. When I heard the figure around the health and wellness sector, the 4.4 trillion, it took me a while to I kept practicing because I understand, you know what I mean? The temptation to move from million to trillion is astronomical. So I understand, Robin. Okay, and now, it's time to hear from our keynote speaker. The word that I used earlier to describe him was illustrious. And I specifically chose that word. And I tell you why. I have a policy that says, find something you love to do. Do it well. And get someone to pay you to do it. And you've got it done. Now, I don't know how much he gets paid to do it. I once mentioned that to him and he said, I don't get paid enough to do it. But he's been doing this now for like 40 years, the better part of 40 years. So, I mean, anything you've been doing that long, you must be doing it well. And so I won't go into any more details because I don't think there's much I can tell you about him that you don't already know. Except, please help me welcome the man who is really so enthusiastic about this business that I can't think of any other. His name is synonymous with tourism in this country and around the world. The Honorable Edmund Ed Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Michael Anthony Koff. I used to hear that sound early in the mornings or late in the evening, something either to wake you up or to send you to bed. I think he did something in between this morning, so let us give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. I think we've done very well this morning in terms of enumerating the illustrious partners that are all gathered here. And perhaps in the interest of time and the long day that is ahead of us, you might permit me to endorse the acknowledgements that have been made and to proceed with the very brief presentation that I will be making, simply because that presentation has been very eloquently abridged by the president of the JHTA, Robin Russell. He spoke very well a while ago, and I thought he covered very, very well the critical touch points in relation to the important element of linkages. But I wanted to use the opportunity, because half of the speech was about that, you see. So I want to use the opportunity to talk a little bit more about how important it is to get it. And he has gotten it. And what is clear is that the JHTA has gotten it. And when a government has a partner that has gotten it, then we know that the recovery that we're talking about here is not a temporary surge. It is not a surge based on what the theorists are calling the anthropulse, when the pulse comes and then it goes. It is not a surge based on the pent-up demand that is said to exist there that has to be released. And when that demand is released, then you're finished. But when there is that level of policy coherence and alliance, the recovery is going to be stronger and better, and Jamaica's growth is going to be secure. And I want to take it from that point of the growth, because yesterday the executive director of the Planning Institute of Jamaica released the third quarter report on the economy. And in it, he pointed out that the quarter grew, and that would make it perhaps, 9 or so consecutive quarters of growth that this economy has seen. And in all those growth evaluation, tourism has led the industries of the country. And even in this last report, we grew in terms of the quarter by 29%, which is perhaps 3-4 times that of all other sectors in terms of growth. And for the year to date, ending October, we have grown 55%. Now, that growth has been in terms of the strong demand that Jamaica has been able to respond to in global tourism. But there are two elements of the equation in looking at the economic outturns. There's the demand on one side, and then there's supply on the other side. And in our discussions, as we looked at building out our KPIs and determining where do we go in terms of ensuring growth. And I want to make another point about growth before I go there. Because growth, when it's happening when everybody else is struggling to grow, means in marketing one thing, that you are gobbling up market share, that you are eating somebody else's cheese. And what happens when recovery comes in full is that your market share now has expanded, and it offers an opportunity for exponential growth. The recession of 2008, 9-10, you recall? Said to be the worst recession the world had seen in 80 years. During those 3 years of the recession, Jamaica's tourism grew on an average of 3% per annum during those 3 years. While all the other countries in the Caribbean and elsewhere had negative growth, we in Jamaica had a 3% growth every year. That growth meant that we were eating market shares. And a good example of that, in fact, was the UK, where the UK to the Caribbean was down in the 20s, while it was down by 1% only in Jamaica. Clear example again. But you know what happened in 2011? We went on sabbatical, and somehow we did not capitalize on that added market share to enable exponential growth. So when we came back to the job in 2016, our growth rate was somewhere in the region of between 0.1 and 1%. But you know, we never satisfy with that kind of growth level because we're not into anemic growth. And we've taken it and we've grown and we've grown and we've grown to the point where in 2010, we had left a situation where we had $2 billion of earnings. And in between 2016 and now, we are heading to $4.2 billion of earning for the country of Jamaica. But that level of earning, as we had and are now surpassing, means much in terms of the recording at Bank of Jamaica for our accounting. So the world recognizes that we do have strong foreign exchange inflow, so our creditors feel comfortable that, you know, they can be paid because there's foreign exchange. But in terms of how that is interpreted at the local grassroots level in the pockets of the ordinary man, we have work to do. And so when we establish the 5 pillars for growth, if you remember my 5 by 5 by 5, we established that the first element of that pillar was gastronomy, food. And we did that because the data said that 42% of the expenditure of a visitor in a destination is on food. The second pillar, we said, was shopping. The data said pretty much that the number 2 item of a consumption expenditure of the visitor is shopping. We established health and wellness. You recall? Yes, because that, the data says, is the third area of consumption of the visitor across the world. And you heard the numbers a while ago. $4.4 trillion is the value, or was the value, in 2019. The pandemic has done some damage to that. And we are looking now to go to $2 trillion by 2025, they say. But here is the opportunity, and I will not speak of the other 2 pillars, which are, of course, sports and entertainment and knowledge. These are the 5 key reasons why people travel and spend a lot of money. So if we are to convert that 4.2 billion that we are going to get into wealth for us, we are going to have to spend more investment on those 5 areas. We are going to make sure that we own those 5 areas because nobody else should. And today's conference where we want to focus on health and wellness. That $4.4 trillion business worldwide that embraces all the key areas that President Russell spoke about, which I'll only add, that our rich biodiversity in Jamaica puts us in a commanding position to tap into this crucially lucrative area of consumption in tourism. Because with our wonderful variety of plants and the array of herbs and possibilities that exist for both cosmeceutical and nutraceutical values, Jamaica has an enormous opportunity to move forward. Plants that we look at and walk and say, what is that? Are huge in demand for health reasons. Aloe vera, Cinco Bible, yes. Tuna, that's what we call it. Enormous value. You name any plant in the cockpit country, anyone around you, and they have values in terms of being able to provide, whether for the purpose of beverages for drinking or other health applications. Our coffee, which even though we regard it as part of the food chain, has enormous nutraceutical value and cosmeceutical value. We're making coffee scrubs, we're making coffee rubs, we're making coffee oils, we're making coffee cosmetics. And I could go on and on and on with the various critical floral arrangements that we can pull on to enable us to tap more into this health and wellness area. So then we have two of the finest spas, natural spas in the world, the Bath Fountain and the Milk River Bar. Well, the story is that our enterprise team is working very hard on that. Last month we had a very important consultation with potential investors, and we're looking at divesting those two, and we have good calls that are being made on it to transform those two into world-class products to drive more resources into Jamaica and greater revenue flows to the country. We'll have more to say on that later on as we continue this process. There are one or two little legal hitches having regard to our benefactor and some of their own requirements at the time with regards to how those facilities should be utilized. And we're going to get around that as we at Cabinet, look at how to untangle ourselves from that, to free up those two wonderful and world-class potential health and wellness products to make Jamaica more wealthy. So today we want to focus a little bit more on the investment on supply side. And health and wellness is a critical factor in this. So people think that tourism is about hotels. That's what people think, And so if you're not in the hotel business, you're not in tourism. So you have to be a waiter, you have to be a housekeeper, you have to be, a food and beverage manager or something like that. Anything that relates to the hotel itself. Not true. Yes, that's part of it. But that's a small part of it. Because tourism is driven by one word, consumption. That's what the visitors travel to do. That's all they do, they consume. So, if this year we are going to have about 3.5 million visitors come in between cruise and stopover, of which 2.4 or 2.5, somewhere around there, is going to be stopover. And they are spending now $185 per head per day. Do the math. They are consuming. They eat the farmers' food. So if our farmers, and I had a good session yesterday with them when we launched our food security manual and spoke to the fact that, small farmers in Jamaica in 6 months sold $125 million worth of produce to hotels in the country. And so we want more farmers to be producing more, to sell more, and you see how far we can go. We have a $6 billion gap between what the demand is and what the supply is for fresh fruits and vegetables alone. Not meat and milk, protein of a higher level, and rice and flour and so on. No, just fruits and vegetables. So we can do that. So we must do it. And so we can now move to build out this health and wellness. People are traveling now to regain youth. People are more health conscious today than they ever were in tourism. Your little Jamaica coined the demographic called Gen Z, Generation COVID. And what COVID has done is to emphasize the importance of health and wellness. And so more families are now going to countries and destinations that have health security. More families are now going to countries where they believe they can recover from COVID itself, as well as the attendant maladies that may come either with it or before it. And Jamaica, because of its geographical location, 1. 2, because of its God-given geophysical features, stands in a good position to capture much of that movement for health and wellness that's globally now evident. We are a warm weather destination, 24/7. We are bathed by the beautiful turquoise waters of one of the nicest oceans around in the world. And the Caribbean Sea is that smaller part of it. We have nice, beautiful, temperate arrangements. We have undulating slopes that allow for us to move from warmer areas to less warm area, but never cold. We have the richest biodiversity in this entire area of the Caribbean, and arguably, except I think for Colombia, yes, Jamaica has a richer, the variety. We have over 3,000 odd species of plants in Jamaica, most of which are endemic to us. So it gives us a great advantage in this area, but we must invest in it. So I want to use this opportunity to appeal to our bankers and the capital market, but more so to our entrepreneurs to look at this option. Because now, more than ever, the demand for health and wellness is premium in the world. And because the COVID pandemic damaged the market a little bit in terms of the 4.4 trillion, and we are now on the up to get to 2. Let us stay right there and move with that curve, the S-curve, yes. Let's get at the start of that S-curve and move with investment in health and wellness. I'm going to close by saying this. The motivation for investment in health and wellness is beyond just the fact now that the market globally is so large. But what Jamaica is doing in terms of our own plan development over the next 5 years invites you to make those investments. We are bringing nearly 20,000 new rooms onto the market in the next 5 to 7 years. Tomorrow, I break ground across the road in Lilliput for 2,000 rooms from one of the largest brands in the world coming to Jamaica. And currently, construction is going on in Green Island for 2,000 more. And Sandals is doing construction as we speak for another 1,000 that we know is happening. And Rio in Falmouth is doing construction now for 700 more. So just within this moment of time, as our construction cycle allows, in the next 18 months, you're going to have 5,000 new rooms. What that brings is demand now for more agricultural products, for more manufactured goods, for more services all around, for more transportation services, and for more health and wellness services. So think now to refocus, pivot to health and wellness. That's the future. Let's use the next 2 days to think through that process. To build also the capacity of our people to deliver the best possible care in this area. So there are 2 elements of investment that I seek today. 1, in the infrastructure, and 2, in the people. And there's no health and wellness without the people. The wonderful, soft or medium or hard hands, yes, applied lovingly across the human frame makes such a difference. The gentle voice, the soothing croons, if you will, because you can sing while you apply your application. It's all about us. It's all about the people. It's all about what you do. It's all about how you do what you do. That makes your job so much easier, but importantly, so much more satisfying to your clients. So, 2 great days. Let's use them well. It gives me great pleasure now to declare this 4th Health and Wellness Conference duly open. Thank you.
As usual, sir, you have reached once again your heights of eloquence. Look, a lot of the key points that our keynote speaker raised, I know you'd like to get more information on that. Over the next 2 days, we will be elaborating on those through our panel discussions. So you'll have a chance to not just hear what the leading thinkers in the industry have to say about wellness, but you'll also have a chance to engage them by asking questions. And so therefore, you know, we have this thing all, we've got this. Okay, we've got this. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, for 2022, we have included a health and wellness trade show, which of course will be showcasing local businesses from across the health and wellness sector offering products, services, and experiences. Now, Minister Bartlett will do a brief walkthrough of the trade show floor, and at this point, I'd like to ask all the persons who are associated with the respective booths if you would make your way to your booth so that you know, you can have a quick, you know, tete-a-tete with Minister Bartlett on your products and services. And of course, we'd also like to alert our viewers online that we are inviting you to come with us on this walk. We have not left out anybody. As a matter of fact, viewers online, you don't even need your walking shoes. We'll be bringing it to you live. So you can just watch while we do this, and then we will continue afterwards with the various segments. So Minister Bartlett, if you wouldn't mind, sir, join the exhibitors and, meet with them.
All right, so welcome to Secrets Spa by Pavonia. This is where we offer everything you name it that considers health and wellness. So right there, we are displaying our neck and back chair. Yes, so we can invite you all over to get teasers. It's not going to be the full-blown massage, but we'll be inviting you over to get teased. Yes, I can come across and tease you, Minister. Working out a little bit of your nuts and your kinks. You work very hard, and I'm sure you do not take advantage of these occasions. So massage, what massage does is it relaxes your muscles, rejuvenate body. So most times we often have issues.
So, Minister, we know that was a teaser.
Hi, welcome, and congratulations. I am fantastic. That's all right. Oh, you're too much. My name is Tanya Thomas, and I do represent Marcia Gray, who is the CEO of G Harmony. We are creators of the new industry called Foodorant. What we offer is actually a natural deodorant that is comprised of over 90% of foods, natural foods, unprocessed oils, herbs, and spices. We are taking a stand against humanity, Minister, and we're saying that our regular deodorant, they're harmful. And we've heard this. It's like a rhetoric. So this is what we at G Harmony are taking a stand against, and we're utilizing the natural. We even have a coffee blend that we just launched in a day or two. It is indeed. Thank you so much. Smell it. Literally food.
see there? Look on this one. We did the tourist report stuff before though in Kingston, you know. Hello, good morning, Minister. Hello. I am Emma Subrati from Himalux Limited. We are a proud, locally manufactured aloe vera gel that is Bureau of Standard. It was poetry. It was beautiful. And we are Bureau of Standards certified and lab certified. So I would love to also let you try this out on the back of the hand. We are currently in over 200 stores island-wide in the pharmacies and supermarkets, and we are currently members of the JMEA and JBDC, and we're pivoting to inject in the tourism sector.
Excellent. Perfect. That's what we're here for.
And hence our TSA travel size, approved travel size, which is 100 ml. And due to the pandemic, we also came out with a food-grade sanitizer, which is multi-purpose.
Perfect. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you, too.
Hello, good day. Pickle, may pickle. Good day, Minister. My name is Janelle Wilkinson. I am the proud owner of Pickle, me pickle. We have 3 brands. We have a red herring salsa, a saltfish salsa, and we also do a escovitch sauce with a twist. It's not your regular escovitch sauce. I have some samples here. I don't know if you'd like to try either one. I have the red herring and the saltfish. The saltfish.
Red herring is kind of a little too salty.
Minister, I know you see the linkage right away with health and wellness. Good for the soul. This is health. And it is.
Yes, it is. So basically, it is just tomato, onion, and your Scotch bonnet with the saltfish and vinegar. The vinegar to basically, help preserve it. I'm currently on Instagram. Yes. Yes, it does. I'm currently on Instagram and Facebook. Yes. Yes, I also did Christmas in July. I was an exhibitor there. And I'm looking for great things to happen. All right, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Yes.
That's how that 4.2 billion will stay.
You're correct. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Minister. I am very well. I think we all know that horses have been partners of man for centuries. And if you can imagine just for a moment gaining the trust of the majestic animal and having them follow you through an exercise. That's one of the things that we offer at Half Moon Equestrian Center. We've been in Montego Bay for nearly 40 years. And being partners with Half Moon in that. So this experience really asks you as an individual to let go of ego because you're dealing with an animal, and asks you to come into the arena, gain the attention of the animal, gain the trust, the respect of the animal, and then share a very meaningful experience with the animal as you move around and create what we call a join up with them. So it's a mind-body experience that outside of riding the horse on the beach, which we know is very well known in Jamaica and a beautiful experience as well, really asks you to step outside your comfort zone and connect to an inner strength. And I think that that's definitely what we're talking about here today in terms of health and wellness and creating a new person as you leave Jamaica. So thank you for stopping by.
New trend.
Yes.
Hello, how are you? I'm good. Nice to meet you. My name is Christy Stevenson, and this is Story and Myth. and we use local seeds, and we create jewelry, and we create stories around the jewelry. Yes, so for example, this is the pineapple, and it's a symbol of hospitality and welcome. And it was also, you might see it a lot on Jamaican furniture from the colonial period, because it was very similar to the English crown. And it was also used by the Arawaks, or the Taino, outside their homes. So you can have this. So this is also a symbol of wellness. Yeah, you can have that. So you can meditate with it. Yes. Yeah. Well, these seeds actually are not endemic to Jamaica, but they came here, and I believe they came here with the Tainos. And there's even stories, so there's a Maroon story that during times of war with the British, the Maroons would hide their children in caves, and they would leave a trail of the seeds on the cockpit country floor, and after the war was over, they would find the trail and find the children that were safely hidden. Yeah.
Interesting story.
Thank you.
That's the business of stories.
Yeah.
So we do tell great stories.
Thank you.
Very good. Hello.
Good morning, Minister. I'm good, thank you. How are you? All right, so my name is Kadisha Smith, and this is Smithy Candle Co.'s. They're 100% natural soy and coconut wax blend candles. So we have our, yes, so we do both soy and coconut. So these here are feel-good collection. If you notice on them, you have lavender for relaxation. You have the seesaw orchid. Right on here, we have our Christmas section. So anybody purchase one gets little Christmas ornaments. So we have our vanilla eggnog, our pumpkin pie. Yes, our Christmas kiss, which is mistletoe. So you can take them up and have a smell. Yes. So thank you for having us.
They get things that are authentic to Jamaica.
Right.
They will create a conversation piece in their home.
Right.
And more people come because they want unique things.
All right.
That's what we're about.
All right. Thank you.
How are you? Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. Thank you. Good morning, Minister. My name is Rain Sibley's. Welcome to Jacana Wellness. These are incredibly medicinal and therapeutic products that are made right here in Orange Hall in Walkerswood, St. Anne. Hey, Robin. These products, we're proud to say, and you know, for us, it's heritage, it's legacy, but we are also proud to say that these products are made in Jamaica. Everything you see here, and it's made with 100% organic Jamaican CBD. We have been driving this business through boutique hotel and all-inclusive hotel spas and gift shops with local spas as well as independent massage therapists. And we're getting it the reception has been it's been more than a warm welcome. People are coming into the island asking for CBD treatments, and you know, the Global Wellness Summit projects that we're going to begin to see somewhere upwards of 20% of an increase for spa visits because people are looking to incorporate more wellness, you know, some of those, and not just wellness as it relates to healing, but also wellness as it relates to those experiences that give you those authentic Jamaican experiences, in particular with CBD. So we're very happy to be here. We're proud to support an indigenous brand, a local brand. I don't know if you know, but Jacana is actually the name of an indigenous bird that is here in Jamaica, also known as a Jesus bird because it walks on water. So we'd like to offer you a gift as well. You know, these products are incredible for any kind of muscle release, pain. You can actually have the CBD oil you can have internally and ingest it, whether it be under your tongue, you can put it in water, put it in tea. It's great as a supplement, like you take your fish oil or you take your garlic or your multivitamin in the morning. But the relief balms, if you know, you look like a man that works out. So, and I imagine you're on your feet a lot.
I work in too.
Right. I imagine you're on your feet a lot. So it's also very helpful if you have any soreness, any sore muscles, joint pain, back pain. We've had incredible testimonials across Jamaica from people who are finding it to be very effective. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you too. Hi, Mr. Minister. My name is Kamika. Thank you very much for all the lovely work that you have been doing.
Wait, can we just get her to the...
This is what the nice CBD oil does. It makes a nice
Yes.
It's okay. She's not going to. Thank you very much for all the wonderful work that you have been doing. And I am here representing Jakarta, and we have Jamaica's finest cannabis. My products was also made from Jamaica's finest cannabis as well. Just to give you a feel by the finest.
This is what we're talking about. This is the whole value chain.
So this is my wellness book. So this will update you on the products that are currently inside the bag.
And just to let you know, these products are 100% CBD. They contain no THC. They're non-psychoactive, so it will not get you high. No, it supports your immune system function as well as your central nervous system function. So, thanks, Kamiko.
Good morning, Minister. I'm fine, thank you. Thank you. So my name is Rochelle Gray, and I am the CEO or candle maker at Wicks by Gray. We have an array of affirmation candles, and they're called affirmation candles based on the names and also the quotes that are displayed on the labels. So depending on the season, we'll introduce Christmas scents or special editions to suit that particular season. Thank you. It is COVID portion. Thank you. And I must also add that the candles are all handcrafted in Jamaica, and they're made in small batches with love. Thank you. Yes.
Hello, Minister. I'm doing great. You too. So, my name is Sabrina Campbell Reed, and I'm the proud owner of the company Holistic Creations. My company is multifaceted, but the health and wellness section of it is that I aim to provide safe, alternative, eco-friendly products to women in terms of sanitary napkins. So just like you would have here, reusable pads and liners, menstrual cups, and also the household area, like my reusable hand towels, sandwich wrap. So if you're one to take your sandwich on the road, right? So my company, I started it so that I could lessen my carbon footprint. And so the products that I manufacture are geared towards that. Face scrubby, everybody. This is cotton, and it also has, could you open this for me, please? Thank you. It has a waterproof lining inside called a PUL, which is polyurethane. So it's fused with fabric and plastic. So it is, but it's food grade. It's food grade, yes. And it's wipeable on the inside. So if you have a spill, you can just easily wipe and use.
Excellent.
Thank you.
That's innovation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good day. Welcome. My name is Selborne Webb, and with me is Mr. Delaware Richards. We are the co-owners and co-directors of this company, Emergency First Aid and Safety Training. And our aim is to ensure that all the persons interfacing with the tourists, they are well trained and certified, so our visitors can be safe. So that's what we do. This is a service that we offer. Yes, sir. Right. We are in some of them, but we need to get in some more. So we'll speak to you, sir. Yeah. Thanks so much for stopping by. Thank you.
Good morning, Minister. Pleased to have you. Welcome. My name is Caldine Bowman, and this is Kishana Murphy. Good morning, sir. Thank you for stopping by. So we are Island Roots, and of course we represent and offer the best of what the Caribbean has to offer. Of course, we're here in Jamaica, but we exist across another 13 or so destinations. And of course, we reside in the hotel space. Of course, we care for all the visitors that gets here, whether you're in Sandals or outside of Sandals. We have relationships with other partners here, Canada Vacations, JetBlue Vacations. And what our role really is to ensure that every guest that visits this destination or any other destination that we exist, they get the best experience, not just from a hotel perspective, but also what the island has to offer from an attraction perspective. So that's really, in summary, who we are. And again, thank you very, very much for stopping by. Thank you. Yeah, man. All right.
Good morning. Morning, Minister. I am Pauline Mighty from Mighty Spice Jamaica Limited. Mighty Spice Jamaica Limited. Here we have 18 products made from locally grown raw material. Yes, and these are new products. Coffee jerk, tamarind jerk, mango jerk. All those are new in the market. Yes. No MSG, salt-free, no filler, 100% natural, fully healthy. Thank you. Scallion, yes. That's scallion seasoning. No salt, no additive. Anything we have. I don't know if you remember using this as a child. Yes. So that is yours, including this. And you can sample as well. Yeah. You can just smell and you smell the aroma. They are very good. Mighty is from St. Mary, my husband. All right. Thank you. All right.
I'm great, and how are you? Okay. That's your mommy? No, that's my sister and my niece. Yes. My niece. Yes. Hi, so I'm Stacy Henry, and I'm the CEO of the Fairyland Organic Products. So I'm a bee farmer, and out of bee farmer, I think I've created some of the most unique products. Bee, yes. So I have my cotton board conditioner, and that is all made from beeswax. I have my cannabis-infused honey. I have my rose infused honey. Well, I'm a bee girl, so I definitely love all the flowers in the world. Yeah, so we have also sourced a lot of our natural environment into our products. And not to mention the beeswax, the honey, the propolis, we have it all in our products here. So I think that makes us really unique in our own way. Yeah. Yes. Yes, that's soap. So this is just a chocolate, the old Jamaican chocolate. So that's, as I said, we have incorporated all the natural stuff from our environment into our products. Yeah. Okay. Yes, goat milk. So we have our cannabis, which is our ganja tea soap here. So I left it unscented. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. All right, I'm going to leave one of this with you guys. That's the cannabis-infused honey. And so going along with the soap as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Gunja tea soap. All right, thank you.
Morning, Minister. How are you? Thank you. Nice to see you too. I'm Angela Edwards, and I'm here with Skin Essentials Products. It's a company registered named Alternative Enterprise. What we have here is a line of products that are geared towards helping you to maintain your health. They are made from all natural ingredients. This one is formulated with guava, pineapple, and guinea hen weed, and it helps with inflammation, poor circulation, muscle recovery, pain management, all those things. All natural. You massage it until, yes. You just massage it in and leave it to dry on your skin, and it will help with all of that. This one is a libido oil blend. It helps if you have low libido. A lot of my patients who are recovering from diabetes and COVID have used that with great results. Yes, it's all natural for, no man, you use it, you massage it on your organ. Everything here is massage. Everything is topically applied. This is made from our ginger root, rosemary, right, and essential oils, and that's our magnesium gel. These are all products that you massage on, help you with pain, help you with circulation, and all of those. Nice to meet you. Spas.
Hello, Minister. Hi, I'm Crystalline, and this is Rita Ann. We're sisters. Yes. So our brand is Honey Vera. We use honey and aloe vera and Jamaican plants and herbs to create all these products that you see here. You've tried our products already. We've sent you've gotten a gift package from us through Caroline. Yes. So you've tried it already. And we have our men's line over here. Those are our soaps. We have our hair treatments, shampoos, conditioners. We have pretty much everything for the skin and hair. And those suffering from eczema, get their line over here. Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Yes, we're in hotels in Jamaica, in about 8 hotels. And we are in the gift shops, we're in the spas, and we distribute to Fontana and pharmacies island-wide. We distribute to the US, UK, Canada, and we're trying to go into the Caribbean. So we're doing pretty well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by.
Minister, I must tell you, she has been with us from day one, Christmas in July. And
Yeah, we've been. Ah, lovely. You've tried it. Okay. I think you should.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Minister. Well, first of all, let me tell you, I'm enjoying your new look. I'm liking your hairstyle. So I really, really like it. So we're Totally Male, located in Kingston on Windsor Avenue. This month actually is our 28th anniversary. We have been around for 28 years. Women serving men only for the last 28 years, and we're in spa services. We're the only one of its kind in the Caribbean, and we're very proud of that. We breathe life and love into our males from 1 year up. So we are here, and we are ready to serve the men, the males of Jamaica. So we're here at the presence because we are interested in the wellness sector. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are with your program. Yes. Well, I come to you all the while. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Minister. How are you? Fine.
You must be the baby in the group.
Well, I am the owner of the business.
You're the owner?
Yes, and I'm actually from the oldest one out of the team that I work with currently.
Really?
Yes.
That means you're 10 and they're 8 and 9.
No, we're all in our 20s and we're both 25. All right,
Very
so
good.
nice meeting you. All right, so good morning, everyone. So I'm Candice Gordon from Cheviel, and basically we're a team of young people who are enthusiastic about encouraging others to join us on a natural journey to optimum hair and skin health. So what this means is that we actually make natural, handmade hair and skincare products, and we also provide dietary suggestions and lifestyle tips to help people to get the hair and skin they need from the inside out. So with us today, we have our variety of soaps, our mango charcoal soap with bentonite clay. We use real mango juice to collect them, freeze them, have turmeric and ginger, neem, and we also have a variety of butters, shampoos, and conditioners. So I'm not sure if you'd want to test it. The products, right? No problem. So this is actually my fenugreek and oats moisturizer. So you can use it both on your skin and on your hair. Right. Yes. And on your hair as well. Yes. Well, to me, I prefer if you have thicker hair so it can help to detangle it. And I love it for my skin for like the eczema. It really helps. No problem. So that's the moisturizer. Sure, no problem. Use it on your hand. You can use it on your skin for eczema. So this one will actually use castor oil, fenugreek, oats, olive oil, shea butter. So I can with this one. And one of the favorites is our castor neem butter. So we actually has in castor oil, neem, and so on. I'll let you test that one. So this is the castor neem butter. So this one has in spearmint, peppermint.
Very good.
Yeah, you can taste this one. It's a castor neem butter. Can you use it on your skin or on your hair as well?
Yes?
Yes, and I have some sample for the soaps.
Oh, all right.
So, of the mango charcoal, the turmeric, and yeah, those are soaps. These are soaps. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes.
So this is the three of you.
Good morning, Minister. It's a pleasure. So I am Marie Lindsay. I'm a network marketing professional of Vida de Vida. Yeah, we specialize in organic products. We have the detox tea, we have the coffee line, we also have the lean shake, essential, supplements, and the weight control. So the detox tea, it cleans your liver, your colon, your kidney, help with gas and bloated, remove the toxin from your body. So I have the Tankat Ali coffee. This one, it's a performance coffee. Work, gym, and the
These are tablets.
yeah, capsule. And the Marsamin help to protect your prostate, and it also boosts your stamina. So I have products for everything. The ouch pain. When you're feeling pain and you say ouch, this is the one for you. So I have supplements for everything, but it's this flagship. This is the detox tea.
And what's the name
So
of the plant?
the plant is organic products in it. So you have
What's the name of the plant?
Teda Vida.
The plant, the plant.
Oh, persimmon leaf.
Christy.
Persimmon leaves.
What commonly we call it in Jamaica?
That's the name I know it from. No, I don't know it in there. All right, thank you.
Yes, it is. I like the sound of that. Good morning, Minister. I am doing well. I am Martello Melville. This is Miss Maureen Hamilton. She's the company's secretary. Thank you for visiting with us. Jajari Herbal is a health and wellness company that specializes in the manufacturing of nutritional supplements for non-communicable diseases. As you can see, we have a wide array of products covering from, we'd like to say from A to Z, but you're not at Z as yet. So we have products for brain fogging, dementia, persons with Alzheimer's. We have products for heart health, for liver health, for HIV/AIDS, among other things, for diabetes. We also have for prostate, fibroids, you name it, we have it. And if we don't have it, we make it. Oh, we have about 40 herbs that we use in our products. Basil, lemongrass, most of the popular herbs that you know in Jamaica. We do use a few imported spices, but majority of the ingredients are locally sourced herbs. Thank you very much, sir.
Hi, how are you? Good morning, Minister. Yes, yes, that Benjamin, PA Benjamin. I'm So, good morning, Minister and team. I am Evergay Style Morris, the marketing manager for PA Benjamin, and here you're seeing 144 years of Jamaica's history. So we are a leading company in pharmaceuticals, home remedies, personal care, sanitizing products. Um, we also have a line of olive oil, coconut oil, extra virgin coconut oil, and so on. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Yes, you love it. You love it. All right, thank you.
Hi, good. Hi, good morning, Minister. How are you? Good morning, everyone. My name is Paige Garnett, and I'm the creative director and the owner of Zanasia. Here we have aromatherapy products, scented candles, natural soaps, wax melts. We have essential oils. Initially, I started by joining the Christmas in July, which is where I got majority of my exposure. I gained contracts with Choco and other attractions. Sorry, but the exposure has been really good so far. I've been a part of most of the trade shows, the Rum Festival, Coffee Festival, and it's been really good because I've had repeat customers asking for us, they're purchasing from us. We've been getting good orders, and it has been really good. And I know that we have a good Jamaican product. I mean, the display itself shows that we have a good product as well. Thank you.
You're next. Introduce yourself and say what you're doing. You have to stand.
Good morning, Minister. My name is yes, Akinio Patterson from Bureau of Standards. You heard somebody earlier said they're certified by Bureau of Standards. So we're really a facilitator for business development and trade. There's a big push for export right now, but there's still a lot that we can do for the local market. We have various standards. For example, we have spa standards, we have labeling standards. So all the soaps and candles that you're seeing, there are standards that can assist with all of those. We have various services that can also assist. For example, we have testing services. The soaps that are used, we test the efficacy of the soap. All the products that go on the skin, we test if it's actually safe to go on the skin. We also have certain training programs. All these small businesses, they're manufacturing, so there are certain basic standards and requirements to put in place when you're manufacturing. We have training programs for those. We also have a lot of business and trade support programs. So for example, there's a client services program that identifies needs of various businesses and give them advice on how to implement standards. We give assistance with market access requirements for those who want to come to Jamaica or those who want to export to another country. We also do well, we have a more rounded approach now because we no longer have the regulatory function. So what we're trying to do is focus on business development and trade, and that's why we're here. Exactly, and the intention is to have Jamaican products internationally competitive. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Welcome. Morning, Minister. My name is Julianne, and I'm the Groups and Events Manager here at Choco. Welcome to Choco. We contribute to wellness in regards to fun and adventure. And of course, one of the areas that I would recommend is our Good Hope location. Of course, that is eco-friendly. Of course, we offer zip lining there. We offer bamboo rafting. And of course, we offer river tubing as well. Yep. These are some aloe veras we use for soothing. Of course, when you get sunburn. But chocolate is good for fun and adventure, most definitely. So it's a part of the wellness environment. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you in Choco.
Good morning, good morning, Minister. Good morning to the party. We are Salisbury Cosmeceuticals and Robinson Herbs and Spices. I'm Carol and he's Cedric Robinson. Okay, so, yes, and we grew up in Waltham Park, but that's another story. Okay, so we do essential oils from these plants. And I'm going to give you a sample of something. Break it and smell it and tell me what it is. And it grows in Jamaica. Most people don't know that. No, that one is camphor. And we have very few trees left in Jamaica, and that is a problem for me. Yes, very few trees. No, St. Andrew, you know. Yes, yes. So we get, yes. It's camphor tree. Camphor that you get in your Vicks vapor rub and your camphor balls. Right. Yes. And yes, it grows in here. Huh? Well, we have used it as that. We make camphor oil from it, and then we use the oil to make these products. This is bay leaf. Yes, this is bay leaf, Jamaican again. And, well, all my oils are from Jamaican plants. And this is the bottle brush. And you would be surprised how close it is to eucalyptus. Because when tested chemically, the profiles are the same. The bottle brush that you have on the roadside with the red thing, right, right. And yes, yes, they have a whole lot of views. Okay, so here we have, this is guacamole shower gel, or guacamole shower gel for eczema. That is a pain balm from Nutmeg. Yes, trust me. It have a whole. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Is it on? Good morning, Minister. My name is Dion Clark, and I'm from Zuriah Lifestyle. We do what we call lifestyle developments, lifestyle scheme, where we integrate both the age group of the occupants in a format that allows them to benefit from the facilities and amenities in the scheme. So this is in Miami Beach, St. Anne. Yes, it's just above Scotches. Scotches on the other side of the hill. So there's a plateau over there. Yes, yes. Working with Tyrone. I'm sorry? No, no, this is going through the planning process. Right. So we brand and package these schemes. Sometimes we consult with property owners, and we do a feasibility study, give them a proposal that they can get funding. We sometimes find the funding. But our yes. Yes. Well, this in particular, we work on a number of projects. This one is in St. Anne. This is just above Miami Bay. And then yes. So you're looking at Chuck? Yes, yes. So it's right. The Chemtech did the first development there. I'm trying to remember the name of that scheme, and it's right adjacent to it. The owner of the property. Um, okay. No, no, no. I moved it because I was telling the name of the client. That design.
I'm fine, and you? All right. So, hi. Hello? It's working? Hi, Mr. Good morning. My name is Yolanda Henry. I'm the enrollment manager of the Faceplace Institute of Aesthetics. Beside me is Miss Simone Clark. She's the spa manager for the Faceplace Spa. It's in Kingston, 3 Carvalho Drive. You know where Devon House is and Winchester Business Center? Right in the smack middle, right there. All right. So our institute offers a lot of facelift. Right. We offer a lot of different courses in body therapy, and we also offer the makeup, waxing, aesthetics and skincare, clinical skincare as well. All right. Anything else you want to know?
Lemongrass.
And we wanted to draw everyone right here. That was the aim. It's working. Awesome, awesome.
She'll be here tomorrow.
Come and look for me. Okay, no problem. I'll wait for you. All right, thank you. Right? Carvalho Drive. Yeah.
We offer
Sure.
Yes, good day again. So my name is Chanel Boyd from Ours Energy Services and Mr. Rohan Boyd. We provide customized medical IDs and bracelets. So persons who have conditions, diabetic, asthmatic, allergies. I don't have any allergies, but I wear mine. If I'm in an accident, my phone is gone, my purse is gone, they know who to call. Right. So, right. So it comes with your name. It's customized and engraved with your name, 2 numbers to call for emergencies, and your medical conditions. So we have stainless steel and aluminum. Right. So children, older ones, anyone can wear them. And the stainless steel is safe to wear for most persons. Right. Right. Yes, so you can have one working. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Minister. Very good. My name is Janique Miller. I'm the Regional Physical Activity Specialist for the Western Region, Ministry of Health. And this is our display of NCDs, non-communicable diseases. And the whole mission right now is to educate everybody on living an active lifestyle, exercising, being physically active 30 minutes a day, minimum, 5 days a week. All right, anybody have any questions about what we have here? We've got a model here, the different NCDs, cancer, stroke, diabetes, etc. And then we have our fat model and our muscle model here, 1 pound and 5 pounds of fat. We've got our scale, our body fat tester over there. Yes, but I'm not sure that's gonna be accurate because we need a flat floor, but it's about 20 pounds, maybe lighter than what it should be. Yeah. Yeah, it's about, yeah, than what it should be. Nice.
Hello, good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Aretha Ferrer. I am from Professional Eye Care. This is Miss Sheena. Yes. We're going to have you try on a frame also. We have Miss Sheena Chambers and Valicia Bernard. So we are from Professional Eye Care. One of our motto is treating others how we want to be treated. And we do that by providing premium quality technology and expertise to be able to care for the eye. We do a comprehensive eye examination, so we don't believe in just fitting you with a pair of glasses. We want to make sure that there's no bleeding to the back of the eye, which is known as retinopathy, or there's no macular degeneration. So we do a comprehensive. We also have a surgery center, so we have 6 locations. We're in Mandeville, across from the Mandeville Hospital. We're in Frome, across from the Frome Technical High School. We are in Savannah, across from VMBS. We are on the Bay West Plaza, right next to Flo, and we're in Half Moon Shopping Village, so we're right down the road. But we also want you to try out, we are Western, somewhat, yes, Westernish, as you said, but we are in the business for the past 20 years, and our president had did his internship at the Mandeville Hospital, saw the need to be able to give back and also to help Jamaica, because what we say is that Jamaica has, we call it captivity of blindness, so we do cataract surgery, and we also give back and sponsor persons that are in need for cataract surgery. We can't let you leave without trying out one of the frames, although. Machina, you had chose a frame? There was a Ray-Ban. Yes, we feel that this one. Can you? So we style persons based on, right? So right. But we don't believe in one pair of glasses because we know that person's mood changes. So sometimes you may want to dress up, sometimes you want to be funky. So we also offer 2 for 1. So you can have one to sport in and one to be conservative. All right. Yes. That's very nice and interesting. Yeah, that one. You don't want to try it? We could actually employ you to help us to do styling. It is. And, right. And they are authentic brands, so we carry authentic branding. All right. That's a little token. So we're supposed to give everybody a pen. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Dr. Williams. And he comes down.
Okay.
So right here.
Joy, how are you? Bless you. Bless you, Joy. I don't know if I should kiss you as well. Looking good. How are you, ma'am? Welcome to Teshuva Wellness. Everything. Go ahead. Good day, Minister. Good day. Good day to distinguished guests. Welcome to Teshuva Wellness, Minister. I'm Dr. Andre Williams, and at Teshuva Wellness, Teshuva means to return to your best self. So we bring the very best innovative, non-toxic, and holistic techniques, primarily from Europe, Germany, and Italy, brought them to Jamaica to make them available to our population. But as you could imagine, the wellness tourism aspect of it is still important. So this IV is for somebody like yourself, very busy schedule. Every now and then we run down on vitamins. So we hook you up via the drip, 15 minutes, and you're gone again. So, yes, indeed, indeed. So in here we have vitamin C, vitamin B12, B complex, magnesium, and calcium. So all the electrolytes that you need. Minister knows about it already. So it depends on your schedule. Yeah, he knows. So the business people usually do it like every 2 weeks, especially when you're going to take a flight. Yeah, because your vitamins run down very quickly and taking it by mouth doesn't help. Yes. And so, indeed. It's a husband and wife business, so my wife is going to tell you a little bit about. Yes.
Well? Yes, I'm fine, yes. All right, so I heard you talking about COVID generation.
Yes, Gen Z.
Gen Z, well, I have the solution for it. I have had tremendous success in treating people who had long COVID, including a TVJ reporter who had it for 9 months. He was on Beyond the Headlines, and I reached out to him, came, and in 4 sessions he was better, and gave me a good interview, which I had sent to Mrs. Roberts here. First person was my son. My kids are the guinea pigs.
Yeah. And if it works with them.
It works with them. Migraine, the first one, but Al had a knee problem.
No, but it's funny. Nobody has really been able to tell us yet what are the impact, the real residual impact of COVID. You get a little this and a little that here and there.
No, it can be quite severe.
Yes.
And it, I use laser, which helps with the brain, And then I use electrical stimulation, and that works wonders. And injuries, and these young ladies here just. And then. No, don't use me instrument. Use me instrument. Use me instrument. No. My days are just. No. My days are just using the touch. I've ended. But in what, 2 minutes? Yeah, it's something which I have developed. Yeah, it's.
What? I'm looking for the long phone. Because I know of somebody who's been fit.
What about it? Yeah.
Sure, when I give it to them, it's like.
Oh.
Here.
Yeah,
I have to use my referral.
Yeah, it works. This whole thing of energy and medicine, I've had people who were bedridden with rheumatoid arthritis came to me. Her knees were so bad that they were contemplating surgery. And she heard me on the radio program, and came. It should take her 2 hours to walk from Papine down to university. Her knee was about that size. I said, I don't know if I can help you. But if you feel better, come back in 3 days. She came back in 4 weeks. She could hobble out to the gate. She's now walking from Maypen down. Her rheumatoid factor has moved from 600 down to 0. Yes. And so it's something I'm working on. All right, thank you very much, sir. And keep the good work. Sure.
Yes, sir.
Minister Bartlett, how are you doing?
All
Good
is
to
well?
see you. Yes.
That's DBJ. You provide good loans? See, I was talking a little bit to you a while ago, not ready yet, but just talking to you a little bit, that you guys need to help to guide people into these investments because it's not something that they're accustomed to. Because traditionally, I think tourism investments are about hotel. And if you're not a villa, apartment, or hotel, you're not in tourism. Yes. And we want to try and change that perspective overall and to infuse in it the issue of creating what the visitor needs when they come in. Because that's how the leakage is happening. It is leaking because we're importing all the things that they need when we can do them. So we got to invest in that. And health and wellness is a big area. You check in the hotels, soaps, and, this and that, and oils and wraps and this and all of that is what we can do. And they're bringing it in droves from all over the world. When I walked through a while ago and I saw the range of nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals that we are producing, it tells you that, and from the feedstock, foolish little bush that we call bush, every single one of them have a value. Guaco, I couldn't believe when this lady showed me that guaco bush that you cut on the side of the road and throw away and burn. Yes. That can make oils and wraps and so on. So almost everything that you have there is capable of converting into a health product. And we need to do it. And there's a value, demand. The market is there. They come here in droves. And the more of them we bring, is the more opportunity. But our bankers and financial capital market has got to look beyond the hotels.
Honorable Minister, we wholeheartedly agree with you. The Development Bank of Jamaica is here to provide financial solutions to our businesses, including tourism. We also offer grants when they become available, and we offer collateral support where it is required.
Excellent, excellent. Well, yesterday we had a big discussion about innovation and innovation incubator that we're trying to set up in tourism. And we know we're talking.
You have two innovation grants.
Yes, so you have your innovation grants, and we're going to be tapping into that a bit.
You have Bushra Innovation Grants?
We'll be tapping heavily into that.
Minister, I'll implore that these businesses apply for the Ignite grant, as the applications were opened 2 weeks ago, and it's coming to a close on the 16th of December. So we need to move hastily in applying for this Ignite grant.
Part of it is to remember, this is new. So you need to talk to the minister, because we need to give a little more time. People don't understand it. People don't know the value of ideas yet. And the fear, that's the big word. The fear. You know, it's just that. That's it. The fear of failure. Right. And it's not failure, you know, it's the fear.
It's a fear of failure. Part of what we have, Minister, is we have roughly 6 or 7 business support organizations we will work with persons to.
Remember, fear is a thing of here.
Fear is
Take a little time to take it out.
But we take back your suggestion about extending.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll have a word with him. I'll have a word with him on it. In fact, I'm going to show him what we're trying to do. And that it takes a little time, you know.
Yes.
First, it's a year and a half that we've been just working on the frame of it. I think this is the second budget that we've allocated.
Second budget cycle,
right? And you're now just getting off the ground, and you're just beginning to excite young people to say, come, start applying, you know, bring your ideas.
So we get funding. We get funding from World Bank and IDB.
Yes.
And we have invested money in things like incubators.
Yes.
So if that is something that
we want $125 million.
Pleasure.
That's our price tag.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Just 2 sentences. You're good.
It's a fascinating thing, and some of them I use laser. This is just infrared.
Mr. Russell.
And this came up with this guy.
I have to walk around with the earpiece, can have to do 2 and 3 meetings at a time. What? I say I have to walk around with the earpiece, can have to do 2 and 3 meetings at a time.
And went for light massage, deep massage, and damaged your nerves.
What are you doing, sir? All is well?
This is the new billionaire that
No, man, that's my boss, not me. What are you doing, sir? Yeah, man. So, I mean, the main reason that we're here is that we are opening a number of medical spas in the next couple of months. And we believe wholeheartedly that we can make a significant impact, not just in the Caribbean, but even in the world in terms of medical tourism, where there are specific procedures
100%
that...
with it.
Yes, man.
100%. Anything we can do to help in that way. Marketing for you, putting you on the platforms, whatever. Because that's it. I mean, I tell you, we work hard to create the demand side, and we can't complain. Jamaica is good, we're good. It would be a shame if we bring all this money here and put it back in the next plane.
No, exactly. Well, it's a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much.
You want to do the picture now? You're from BMW, but you're doing the interview with Minister. All right, so I need to finish the photo. Just, good morning, Minister. Good morning, everyone. My name is... Who is doing the interview for Radha, ma'am? You?
we're streaming.
Okay.
How are you? Doesn't make you know so many.
Okay, so I trust you enjoyed the walkthrough of our trade show. And now we are about to enter the next phase of our conference. And it takes the form of a fireside chat. Now, obviously, we don't have a fire up here. The fire will be in the words of what our guests will have to share with you. So, we're going to be talking or looking at, should I say, the topic of investing in a new era of wellness. And my guest is someone who is eminently qualified for the job. He's a well-respected physician. He's been practicing for quite a number of years. At one time, he was the senior medical officer for the Maypen Hospital. He did that for 33 years until he retired. And he was once the team physician for the Jamaica track and football teams, and of course, numerous Olympic positions, support positions for the teams over the years. So I think that, he's eminently qualified to speak to the questions we have for him on this segment in the Health and Wellness Conference. So it is with great pleasure that I introduce our guest and a good friend, Dr. Winston Dawes. Winston, nice to have you with us.
Michael, to meet again.
Yes, as always, a pleasure. And you're one of those people who, when you speak, I always look forward to hear what you have to share with us because you've accumulated so much wisdom over the years.
Yeah, it's been an experience. My involvement in wellness came about in a roundabout way. But it explains a lot. You do the most complicated surgery, and you see people by the next day, they're up and about. You do something simple like a hernia, and they just lay there. Some people bring energy to a room, some take it. And this, my involvement, has explained a lot.
Now, speaking of energy, wellness and energy, medicine and energy, usually it's not something that we hear too much about. Would it be fair to say that you are one of the pioneering physicians in this area?
Certainly, and as I said, Einstein was the one who said that we are energy, not in a philosophical way, but in fact. As a patient who brought this to my attention, she said that the atoms that make us up are the same atoms that make up the floor, the wall. It behaves differently. And each day we exchange trillions of atoms with the environment, yet we remain the same. And that, in a nutshell, is what the whole concept of energy and medicine is.
You mentioned the word trillion, and we've been talking about the amount of money that the industry is slated to generate.
Mm-hmm.
And when we calculated the Jamaican dollar figure, it came to over 670 trillion Jamaican dollars.
Yes.
That's mind-boggling,
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. Other countries have started it. Thailand, where I had visited to help their government develop an elite athletes program. They are charging $10,000 per week for wellness therapy. But the people leave floating, their blood pressure comes down, everything. It's something which we are missing out on.
So we would love to get to the stage of a Thailand, for example. And so therefore, it is good that you're here so you can help us speak to some of the questions that we would need to address in order to get off the ground with wellness, because it's still in its infancy here, I think. And, let me start by asking you to make the connection between medical tourism and wellness tourism. Are they the same things to begin with?
No. Well, in some ways it might, but you'd find that, for example, India has a medical tourism where they do a lot of open heart surgery and orthopedic surgery because they had surgeons who were trained in the US and went back. In radiology, there are 12-hour difference. So you'd find one Indian doctor during the day is covering several hospitals in the US. So you have an expert who is covering 4 or 5 hospitals rather than having one doctor in each location. So it's economically good for them. So, wellness and health is getting people to think about not being sick, to be more than that. Is a health of mind, relaxation, not just your heart not being bad, but being pain-free, certain what I do, being happy. And happiness is not especially a lack of sadness, because it's in our time, but it is enjoying life, enjoying what you do, enjoying the simple things of life, which can be measured in dollars.
As a matter of fact, happiness could be in spite of
in spite of it.
Yeah, in spite of it.
Yes, I think of Elon. I don't think Elon Musk is happy now.
Let's help us to understand what we're doing here for the next 2 days, which is to make the connection between medicine and wellness.
And wellness, yes. Well, I'm treating the health part of it, where people have pains, long COVID, rheumatoid arthritis, that sort of thing. But we have other people who are exhibiting, who come with essential oils, which with massage helps, the whole aromatherapy. Like inhaling these oils makes you feel better. And it's able to get rid of a lot of the stress and tension which people have. And this is what we need to do. It's not just a matter of people coming here trying to eat and drink as much as possible. But trying to get them in a state of mind and body that they go back totally relaxed and healthier.
Yeah. And our salubrious surroundings is ideal for that kind of thing.
Yes.
Now, the connection between the mind and the body is fairly well known. Because, one impacts the other.
It's not very well known.
Right. So,
no, because
I would like exactly. Yeah.
We don't. Traditional medicine does not involve teaching us about being healthy or the whole concept of being happy. It teaches us about diseases. So we treat a disease. We don't treat the whole body. And I went to a lecture and said there are 3 components to us. There's the soul, there's the heart, and there is the mind.
Okay.
And the heart connects the body and the brain. And the brain, of course, rules everything. And we're now finding out that by altering the way the brain reacts, that we can have an impact on health. And just Google and GlaxoSmithKline are working on bioelectronics, energy medicine, to treat diabetes, arthritis, and asthma. And what happens is that there are sensors in the carotid artery, they're taking blood to the brain, which picks up your glucose and insulin levels. Now, diabetics send out more impulses to the brain than the average person. What they've done, or what they're doing, is slowing the impulses going to the brain, and the brain then communicates with the body to make it more sensitive to insulin. A lot of diabetics produce more insulin than the average person, but they're resistant. So that connection, people are now realizing the importance of that. And Google invents things that we don't need, then you can't do without it.
Now, COVID has given us a serious wake-up call, because we talked about the mind and body connection, but in terms of that pandemic, the COVID
Yes,
pandemic, it impacted both. It brought both together.
Very,
I
very
mean,
yes.
we saw the physical impact, and there was also the mental impact.
Deterioration, yes.
Yeah, the deterioration. You have some tremendous stories that you were sharing with me just before we went on air about some of the treatments that you've been able to administer to COVID patients.
Some of my friends came to me. They had been in hospital for about 3-4 weeks or sometimes longer. I thought that the problem was because of old age. But my son, who is a physiotherapist in Bahamas, got it even though he was fully vaccinated. And they were their usual loading him up with steroids. Eventually came out, got some leave, and after 3 sessions, he got better. So he told a friend who had spent 4 months in hospital, including 3 in ICU, he had lost 50% of his lung function. And I treated him, and during the session, it went up to 97%. He had not been back, but he could drive to Montego Bay now.
97%
which is normal.
lung capacity recovery.
From 92%. And there was this TVJ reporter who was on Beyond the Headlines, and that he had been complaining about long COVID for 9 months. Pain, brain fog, just shortness of breath, everything. So I reached out to him, and in 4 sessions, he was better. Gave me a good interview. And so it's a learning process for me too. But that mind-body connection really is important. It's something which we just beginning to understand.
Is there a name for the particular area that you are now working in? You mentioned, for example, that it has to do with energy. You're working with energy.
Yes, with energy. Energy,
yeah.
yes.
Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Sure. All right. Energy, the modalities that I use would be light, we use laser, electromagnetic waves, and there is massage therapy. We use a mechanical massager. But there's a lady who does tuning fork as a diagnostic tool. And she picks up some of the trauma that you have had in previous life by just using a tuning fork.
Really? Is there an instrument that you use when you are administering your treatment?
Yes, I use a laser.
Do you have it with you?
Yes,
Is it something, you can see it?
Yeah, it's... No, or
it's a laser light, is that what it is? And
I can do a demonstration to you with...
Sure. What would you like me to do?
Let me, if you trust it, let me show you the whole thing of energy and medicine.
I trust you. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
No.
So what would you like me to do?
You have to stand.
Okay.
All right. Put your left arm out.
My left arm.
That way. That way.
Has to go that way.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let me bring it. Don't let me bring it.
You want me to resist?
Okay. Put your right hand over your heart. Right hand over your heart. Don't let me bring it. Okay. No, it's not moving. All right. Close your eyes. Left arm up. Hand over heart. Hand over heart. Let me bring it down.
Andrew.
See the difference?
Yeah. I would hold the mic so you can explain. Oh, you want me? All right.
Yeah. I mean, I really feel my arm felt much stronger. No, how does that work though? I mean,
Well, we had the arm up. There was a certain level of strength. When you put your right hand over your heart, which has tremendous energy, it broke that cycle. So it became weaker. Put the light on you and became stronger.
no, it won't affect my pacemaker, will it? I mean, it won't affect my pacemaker, will it?
No. No, it strengthens you.
Okay.
It's difficult sometimes. People can't accept that these things happen. But just that, but it works.
I really want us to try and make some inroads, Winston, some connection into the fact that, you know, there are persons here, and we heard from a number of them during the walkthrough with Minister Bartlett. They really want to become involved, more involved in the industry, you know, to tap into it. From where you sit with wellness, how can they go about doing that?
Make contacts with TEF, JAMPA, Tourist Board, and the hotel.
Let me just make sure your mic is on. Yeah, it's on. It's turned on. Yeah. Because there are so many opportunities beyond what each person here, each exhibitor is doing. And one of the things that we'd love to do is to inform them as to how they can best capitalize on this trillion-dollar industry.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things is that the hotel and tourist industry, you know, they could, when they're bringing down their travel agents to demonstrate what they have, they could have an expo or have a road show. You know, when the minister is going up, he takes a few of us up and we do demonstrations and have people experience what we do and what is uniquely Jamaican.
What did Thailand do, for example, that Jamaica could learn from?
Well, I think their marketing. They have gone out and they have developed a whole tradition of, you know, spoiling people and making them move beyond just coming for the sea and sand and drinking and eating, but you know, the massage therapy, the whole concept, you know, taking them out to spas, all this kind of thing, and they charge a premium. I think, as the minister mentioned, we have the best spas in the world. Milk River and Bath. And, you know, I tell people I owe my existence to Milk River. That's where my parents honeymooned.
Okay.
And they got married in February, I was born in December.
Okay, all right. So
They never went back, so I'm an only child.
Okay, so you're, yeah. There's talk about also hot springs. Do we have any of that?
We have
hot
some
springs here that would
I think
be useful?
St. Anne has some, and there are some up in the hills of St. Andrew, which we could exploit. But Milk River has one of the highest radioactivity in the world. And a half hour there works fantastic. You leave floating, you sleep well, everything. I think it's something which we need to really get into the world map.
What about the mineral bath at Rockforth? Is it still in operation, and is there, should there be a sort of like, should we revisit that particular facility?
Yes.
The mineral bath at Rockforth?
Yes. Yeah, I remember we used to go there when we were younger, and it's close by, but it has, I think people have forgotten about it. It does have a lot of minerals too.
Well, we could have a lot of money sitting there waiting to be, that's untapped.
Yes, you know, we need to start, you know, probably getting a map of all the spas and all of the, you know, and start promoting them to locals first, so we start appreciating what we have, and then taking that to the tourists, the visitors.
So are you saying that if we could get Jamaicans to buy into the value of wellness,
yes,
then they would also be the best ambassadors for us?
Very much. I mean, we have
in terms
more,
of marketing.
Yeah, we have more Jamaicans living abroad than living here. And if we convince ourselves of the benefits, then they will spread the word. And, you know, instead of coming home to just meet with family. They could come and recuperate. Because the stresses of living overseas are great. You know, people living in America, the day-to-day stress has a negative impact on their health. And if we could have them come here for 2 weeks and really get the proper spa therapy, have them relax, they'll go back and spread the word.
Speaking of overseas, we have a number of persons who are viewing us online, and those who were not with us since we started this morning, who are just joining us, we'd like to welcome you to this 2-day Health and Wellness Annual Conference here at the Jamaica Conference Center. You are able to participate. You can send us your questions. We would love to hear from you, because we have Dr. Winston Dawes with us, and he is quite capable of answering any questions you might have related to health and wellness. Okay. So, how do we solve our problems in terms of health and wellness? You mentioned one way is to, first of all, we have to become aware
Yeah.
that there is this mind-body connection.
Yes.
That if we understand more about how it works, we can actually live healthier, happier lives.
Most certainly. And you're energized.
And you're energized.
Yes. And matter of fact, a lot of times, I'll give an example of the effect of energy. I had a colleague who has this rare condition, 1 in a million. I don't know why she chose to have it. Where you have infiltration of the lungs by smooth muscle and chokes off the airways. Reached out to her, took her some time before she came, because she had to be walking around with portable oxygen. Treated her, the brain and the body, and she felt so confident she walked off without oxygen. After 10 yards, she was tired. So over about 6-7 sessions, she's now walking around the garden without the oxygen. But she felt so good that first day. She felt she could accomplish anything. And this is how we're just beginning to understand the brain.
Give us an insight into what exactly happened there. I mean, that sounds almost bordering on a miracle kind of thing. It really sounds miraculous.
Yeah.
What happened?
What happened, I think the energy that was given to the brain, she felt happier and stronger. But her body had not yet acclimatized to it. You know, there was an improvement in that she couldn't walk 5 yards before. So she could walk 10, but she felt confident that she could have done more. And in time now, as both the brain and the body have come together, she's able to walk around the yard. Still can't go back to work. But
yeah. There's also another amazing story you were sharing with us before we went on air about an athlete that you were able to restore to good health.
yes, well, there's one. I remember we went to France. She was a long jumper who did high jump. She was a leader in the long jump, and she qualified in the morning, was doing high jump in the evening, and had a slight pull at the bronze level. And we worked on her. The manager, T.C. Campbell, myself, worked on her. She came back and won the gold the next day, and publicly thanked me when she came, you know.
That's remarkable.
Yeah, it's so there is the physical side and there's a mental side, and it's all about healing.
Of course, as we would know, government is usually the driver of any change in a nation. And I'm curious as to whether you're talking or you're engaging any members of government. You know, for example, Minister Tufton, I would imagine, because he seems to be quite interested and invested in health and wellness. As a matter of fact, he added the word wellness to the ministry, right? And he's committed, and I've seen him out there, you know, working as well. Are you in any discussions with him, or is there anything taking place that we can hope for on the horizon?
I would hope that I could be able to contribute. The thing is, I've retired from the government service 15 years now. And I suppose my voice has got dimmer with age. I'd like to think I'm medically wiser. I don't know. My kids don't think so.
Okay. Well, he will be here tomorrow. Minister Tufton will be here tomorrow. So at that point, you know, you probably, I'm hoping you'll be around tomorrow so you can engage him at that point. And he will be a part of the discussions here as well. So we can definitely, you know, figure out what's going on there. Because I think it's a question that's worth exploring.
Yes, I'm quite willing to contribute still. I'm still very active.
Yeah.
And so whatever it is to help Jamaica, I am willing to be a part of it.
So as a friend of mine said, he's a practicing retiree. I mean,
yes, and I've been fortunate to have discovered a new career after retirement. And
there
that's
you
kept
go.
me very, very interested.
And it all involves energy. So I want to give you the final word before we wrap up.
It's been a task of love. I've enjoyed it. It has given me a new lease on life. It has made, you know, a lot of times people retire from government and they are lost. By experiencing this, having an open mind, I was able to get a new career.
Okay.
And it has really worked wonders for me.
Fantastic.
Both mental and physical.
Okay.
Thank you.
Always good seeing you and chatting with you, Dr. Winston Dawes.
Sure, Mike Anthony. And anytime, we've had several interviews over the years.
That's right.
And you're a tremendous interviewer. You bring out the best in people.
Thank you. You're very kind. Okay.
Thank you.
So that, of course, was Dr. Winston Dawes, and that was our fireside chat. Okay. Never mind the fire, which I hope you got enough fire from what he had to say.
Fire was us.
The fire, yeah, the fire was you. Okay. So we are going to just about here take a break for lunch. And when we come back from lunch, we have a very exciting segment, a panel discussion. We're going to be looking at the treatment revolution, a closer look at complementary and alternative therapies for the mind, the body, and the soul. Okay, so that's going to be very exciting, and we invite you to join us then. So please enjoy lunch as much as I plan to do, and we'll meet back here come 2 o'clock.
coming back to me. I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
Go on. Oh, wait a minute.
25% off a 7 or 28-day Prime Router bundle in the My Digicel app today. Enter to pick and win with Digicel this Christmas.
Ready to resume our conference, and I'd like to invite you at this time to take your seats. We'd also like to ask those of you who are manning the booths at the trade show if you would join us in the audience, just so we can be face to face with each other. So, if you will, would you please retake your seats? Because we'd like to start in approximately 5 minutes and counting. We're also asking the panelists for the next session, if you would stand by, so that when we start, we can get going. The panelists for the next session, please stand by. Thanks. Thank you very much. I love this level up meeting. Again, I would like to ask the exhibitors if they would kindly join us in the main seating area. We'd love to see your lovely faces right in front of us. So, all the exhibitors, if you don't mind, would you join us in the main seating area? Thank you. Okay, so we're 2 minutes away from the start of our next session. Please, at this time, if you would take your seats. 2 minutes and counting. Okay, so I think we're ready to start again. Is that all right? Do I have your permission? Fantastic. You know, just coming back from lunch, I'm reminded that for the last, well, as kids growing up, for about 30 years, my mother would serve us leftovers, you know, and we'd really enjoy it. But guess what? I've never ever seen the source of those leftovers. Source was never seen, but we always got them and we always enjoyed them. This is by way of saying I trust you enjoyed lunch as much as I did, because I think that what was served today was adequate, and of course it nourished our bodies and our minds as well. So I think the persons who were in charge of organizing lunch did an excellent job, and so we'd just like to say thank you to them for that, all right? It definitely wasn't leftovers either. It was original food. Okay, so before I go any further, there are a group of VIPs here that I'd like to acknowledge. I'd like to give a very special shout out to Mrs. Pennant Miller and the students from Seaforth High School. Guys, nice to have you with us. Yeah. And we're definitely going to be expecting questions from you at the end of the session. Is that all right? Fantastic. Okay. So, the panel discussion is the treatment revolution, a closer look at complementary and alternative therapies for the mind, body, and soul. Good stuff. Your moderator is Douglas K. Gordon. He's the founder of Canix Jamaica. And in 2016, he founded Canix Jamaica. It's the premier cannabis business conference and expo in the Caribbean. The conference celebrated its 4th year in 2019 with, get this, over 2,500 attendees from 37 countries and over 100 speakers, including keynotes from some of the top industry leaders across the globe. And Douglas has spoken at many events around the world, including Toronto, Washington, D.C., Mexico City, Dublin, London, Port of Spain, and Bogota. And this afternoon is our turn. I think this session will leave you on a very high note. So, let's welcome our moderator, Douglas K. Gordon. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Had I known they were going to say so many things in that bio, I'd have probably cut it down considerably, but it is what it is. First off, full marks for the hosting of this event. It's incredibly important, and I hope that, we see more seats filled and we see more people show up for things in the future. I'll tell you, as someone who has been in Jamaica for a long time, I'm incredibly proud of all these small businesses over here that represent so much future prosperity for health and wellness in this country. Not just for what it represents for the Jamaican population, but I think as the ability to export to other countries, and as tourists come into this country to be able to get natural organic products that are manufactured right here and really support a craft and small business engine, if you will, is a huge thing. So I'd love for us, if just a few of us here, to give them a round of applause for being here and doing what they do with passion and conviction. I'm joined this afternoon by, I'm really quite privileged to be here as a moderator. I think that the people we have on this panel represent a cross-section of expertise that is very unique to find across Ireland and across many different disciplines globally. I will have to say one thing, though. I think that's the longest title that I've ever been party to for a panel. So whoever came up with that, I don't know, but that is the absolute longest title I've ever been a part of. But no, please, I digress. Teresa Kozak, Kynan Cook, Natalie Murray, Rain Sibbles. Rain, how do I pronounce your name properly? Sivleys, okay. You know, everything from psychedelics to health in terms of exercise, spinning, nutrition, cannabis, both in terms of its use today, cannatourism, understanding how that was rolled out into the Canadian market, psychedelics and what they hold for the future. The fact that we're now in a place where psychedelics have become so popular, so well recognized for their health and mental value, and yet we have someone sitting here who's been you know, very familiar with the psychedelic space for 35 plus years. So, and you know, this cross-section of talent, ladies and gentlemen, I think, and I hope you will be very participatory with some of the questions later on, because it's a real opportunity to unlock some very useful knowledge. What I'm going to do is ask each of our panelists to share a little bit about themselves directly and about their companies and their enterprises, so you can get a better sense of what they're doing in the space, and then we can all pull it together thereafter. So without further ado, I'm going to start with the young lady to my left, Teresa. Teresa, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure if my microphone's on. Hello? 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 Is it on now? Yeah. No? Can you hear me? I feel like I'm on a phone call. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay, my mic's working now. So my name's Teresa, Teresa Kozak, and I am from Canada. And I've been staying in Jamaica for about the last year, year and a half. While in Canada, I studied and have been practicing as a social worker for a few decades. I actually have a master's of social work. And what I focused on in that space was the use of cannabis by women, and particularly looking at, you know, as Canada was about to legalize, we only knew cannabis as either a medicine or as an illegal substance. And I really wanted to understand for women, you know, what is it? What is the role that cannabis has, you know, for us, and what are the benefits that are brought forward so that when we move into a legal, or in Jamaica, for example, a decriminalized framework, people that are in professions can have a greater understanding of, you know, the role that cannabis plays and the benefit that they gain from it. So my work has, you know, largely been around helping people gain access to cannabis as medicine. I worked in the legacy market in Canada, which is sort of the gray area, for a number of years. And I also had the opportunity to work with Canopy Growth Corporation, which is the largest licensed producer in Canada. And in that role, I traveled across the country educating and launching the first legal cannabis dispensaries that operated. So a mixture of advocacy, education, research, and now in Jamaica, I'm kind of looking at it as my opportunity to enjoy the sun in cannabis and offering a space where people can come and consume at Hotbox, which is a 420 ganja-friendly space where there is, you know, absolute access and fun surrounding around cannabis. So that's me.
Let's go to Natalie. Natalie, please.
I'm skipping over Kayman. Sorry, Kayman. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for inviting me. I'm Natalie Murray. I am a health coach and the founder of The Life Store, which is a wellness space. It's a health food store, but it's a little elevated. We try to encourage conversations in wellness. So you don't just come in there to buy your vitamin C, but we're really going to talk to you about what else is going on in your world. I used to be a banker. I was in banking for 18 years, and then I realized that it really wasn't the thing that made my heart and soul sing. And when you, and this is part that ties into the topic that we're discussing, but when you do something repetitively, somebody said to me, I think Selena said to me, repetitive stress earlier. When you do something repeatedly and it becomes chronic, it impacts your wellness. It doesn't just have to do with the food that you're eating or your lack of exercise, but it has to do a lot with your mind, your soul, your connection. And I just knew that I couldn't stay in banking forever. So I left banking to pursue a career in health coaching. So I got my certification in 2013, took a leap of faith and left the banking world in 2016, and I've never looked back. I mean, I'm helping countless of people, from everything to as simple as losing weight to as massive as helping them with some mental challenges and diabetics and autoimmune diseases by diet and lifestyle modification. And one thing that's really appealing to me now from an alternative space is that more and more allopathic practitioners, so the normal medical community, is recognizing that we can't just diagnose and medicate. But then there still is a void between, okay, the doctor says do this, but I don't know how to incorporate it into my life. And as a health coach, I bridge that divide. So when the doctor says, go lose weight or stop eating salt, you're like, well, now food tastes horrible. Or, you know, so I help to bridge that divide with real implementable strategies. And what we see when doctors and health coaches work together, the results are amazing. So, yeah, that's me. And I'm really honored to be here and part of this panel.
Thank you, Natalie. And Mr. Cook, turn over to you next, sir.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kainan Cook, the CEO of Sacred Therapeutics. We are a psychedelic mushroom farm. We grow, process, and distribute psilocybin mushroom products to health food stores, cannabis dispensaries, and psychedelic retreat spaces in Jamaica. My story is similar to Natalie's, where I've been working corporate all my life. I still do. But my journey with psychedelic mushrooms started when I was 17, started recreationally, not therapeutically. But using them, I came to realize that they had so much benefit therapeutically for mental conditions, and they have the ability to make sick people better, mentally sick people, people with Alzheimer's, people with depression, anxiety, ADHD, and they also have the ability to make well people better people. So as I was growing older in life, I said, I want to start doing something that changes people's lives. And I've been a passionate advocate of psychedelic mushrooms since I first tried them 35 years ago. And so here we are in this space. We're going to venture into a lot more of the mushroom treatment space next year. We'll possibly be opening a clinic in the first half of next year to treat walk-in patients. Let's not call them patients, walk-in explorers and people who want therapy. And it's been a very exciting journey. And a funny story is when I started working with mushrooms 17 years ago, it wasn't until about 7 years ago or 10 years ago I realized that mushrooms are legal in Jamaica. I always thought I was advocating an illegal drug, but it's a substance that makes a difference in people's lives for the better. And legal or illegal, I have been an advocate. So I'm glad to be here, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Yes, thanks. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name is Rain Sibley's, and I'm here as commercial manager for Jacana. And it has been, I think, the ultimate pleasure to drive their CBD wellness business, and I might add 100% organic Jamaican CBD wellness business through all-inclusive hotel and boutique hotel spas and gift shops, as well as local spas and independent massage therapists that sort of service villa business and private homes. And, you know, as a passionate Jamaican who grew up in the coffee industry and represented a brand like our very own Jamaican Blue Mountain, which is a gold standard for coffee on the planet, I sit here as a proud Jamaican representing Jacana as the gold standard for Jamaica's finest cannabis. I mean, you know, you talk about purpose-driven work, and, you know, I'm here because I'm passionate about commerce and I'm a creative, but also, you know, we work with so many people, and one of the powerful testimonials that I got from a doctor who has been using the Jacana CBD oil on children at Bustamante. And she's particular because she's like, you know, I like the CBD oil because there's no THC in it. It's non-psychoactive, so it doesn't get you high. And she's using it to treat children with cerebral palsy for a condition called spasticity. And what it does is actually reduces the amount of seizures, the episodes of seizures that the children experience. And if you know about children who have seizures or epilepsy, it's very disruptive. So for example, you teach a child ABC 1, 2, 3 today, and if they have a seizure, you have to teach it to them tomorrow. Things like being able to hold a fork and eat, and learn to eat with a fork and feed yourself. It's very disruptive, and so, you know, even though I'm passionate about commerce, it has become something that gives you that hand over heart, and, you know, those moments with people that really impact people's lives, and I'm passionate about it, and I'm really happy to be here talking about wellness, because wellness is, to me, is physical, it's mental, it's spiritual. You know, I also think nasty character will kill you. You know, it really is about improving the quality of life from all sides. And I'm here, and I hope to continue to be here with all of you as we continue this conversation beyond the conference. Thank you. Yes, I do have the video, actually.
You brought tears to my eyes.
I have one more testimony. Cue video.
Jacana cannabis is nature's medicine, sun-grown in Jamaica. It is nourished by the mineral-rich soil, watered by the glistening white river, and warmed by the golden Jamaican sun. Our cannabis thrives outside in its natural habitat, where it grows lush, green and healthy. There, we tend to it with a passion, care and craftsmanship perfected over time on our 100-acre organic farm in the mountains of St. Anne. The result is the finest, purest, happiest cannabis on earth. But Jacana is more than cannabis. It's the wisdom and deep expertise passed down through generations of ganja farmers cultivating authentic cannabis. It's the love affair between people and a plant, persevering through times of prohibition and misinformation. It's the black, gold and green, and the rhythm of the one drop. Jacana is more than cannabis. It is Jamaica.
Thank you. Okay. One of the things, you know, as I step back and I hear these incredible stories of people who have, you know, carried successful careers, one of the things that strikes me that I want to throw back at the panel, ask you each to answer. I mean, Teresa, you've been in corporate cannabis, so we maybe come to you last, but, you know, Rain, I know you used to work with Dom Perignon and all these, you know, exciting brands. Natalie, you were in corporate finance. Kind you had a successful corporate career. And here we are in a complete departure from that. So my first question would be, one, did you ever envision yourself working in the space you're currently working in? And the more substantive question is really, you know, do you think that coming from that background and what the present landscape looks like in terms of the participants in the industry in Jamaica, are we where we should be? And if we're not, what are the steps you think we should be taking so that that is a reality?
I think, well, did I ever envision myself here? No, I didn't. Because, like I said earlier, I thought for 30 years that I was dealing with an illegal substance, and I didn't think there would ever be a career in it, or a legal commercial endeavor in it. But I learned about 10 years ago that mushrooms are actually unregulated here. In terms of are we where we should be, I can't say much for cannabis space, but for the psychedelic mushroom space, I think we're doing a fantastic job in Jamaica so far. And a lot of that has to do with the climate of non-regulation and the open market. The climate of non-regulation we have here has really proved to be a golden opportunity for Jamaica that we didn't create. It happened to us. We just never got on board with making psychedelic mushrooms illegal, or any psychedelic. Most of the psychedelics in Jamaica are legal. LSD, 2CB. I think the only one that's illegal is MDMA and ecstasy. So we find ourselves in a very awesome position of opportunity. And that opportunity is being fully grasped by both local businesses and foreign investment businesses coming to do retreat spaces. A lot of people coming here to treat ongoing problems they've had. To treat problems they've had. So I think in my sector, I think we're doing very well, and we're way ahead of the rest of the world in the psychedelic mushroom space. And I think we have the opportunity, if we get support from the government and we put a framework in place to keep the industry safe, I think we have the opportunity to become the world's gold standard in psychedelic treatment.
Sure. Well, I grew up in the coffee business, from the farm to behind the bar to corporate. And to be honest, I remember Daddy always coming home and being so passionate about Jamaica and wanting to continue to build on value added with a global universe in mind. And so it's no surprise that I'm with Brand Jamaica and Jamaica to the world, as we say. But the truth is, it's not where we want it to be. I mean, part of our role is to also create that advocacy and also change the narrative and provide thought leadership on direction on where we need to go from a policy perspective, but then also in terms of how we strategically build this brand globally. So I'm not here to necessarily be prescriptive, whether it's a private partnership or a public-private partnership, but in particular, as it relates to the skepticism around cannabis and ganja. And Jacana's cannabis, our CBD products are derived from 100% organic hemp plants, but still there is some skepticism even when you talk to some of the people that I onboard or are selling into, because they've seen people smoke ganja and it gives them this sort of, they feel kind of skittish because they've seen people go crazy. And the truth of the matter is that whatever we put in our bodies, whether we're ingesting it or smoking it or using it topically, outside of just it being something entertaining, there are health benefits, and I understand the negativity around smoking, but at the same time, with Jacana's products, we're dealing with clean, legal, and pure products that are 100% organic. And I do think that, with the right kind of support, not just from a private perspective, but even from the government and the Ministry of Health and Wellness in particular, I'm happy to be part of that advocacy as it relates to even sitting with the minister and the teams and sort of driving that process.
Thank you. Natalie, let me twist it a little bit. So you must, I assume, get clients to come to you or refer to you looking for different improvements in their lives around. So how do they respond when some of your suggestions might incorporate cannabis or psychedelics or other sort of non-traditional forms of relief?
I have to actually approach the subject very, very, very carefully, very tentatively, because I don't want to offend anyone's sensibilities. I don't want to take people too quickly down a path. CBD I have found to be the easiest product to transition people into. So if people have challenges with sleep, so insomnia, if people have anxiety or chronic pain, the CBD products, I tend to refer them to, and whether the oral CBD, the sublingual drops, the oil, or the topical, the topical would be the gateway, the easiest thing to recommend. The sublingual takes a little bit more, talking through. It helps that I don't recommend anything that I myself wouldn't do or have not used, so I can speak from my own personal experiences. Getting into microdosing would be the next step. So the microdosing of the mushrooms, less than 0.1 of a gram, pulsing every so often. That is also, it's a little bit more challenging than the CBD, but it's still an easier conversation to have than saying, I think it would benefit you going and talking to someone who's going to take you on a full therapeutic trip. That takes a lot more. I think I've had one client who I thought was ready for it, recommended her to go, and she just had a phenomenal experience.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, first man, as you see, has just joined us. Yes, round of applause.
No disrespect, sorry to be late.
Well, he cut me off. I was going to say maybe we should give him a standing ovation, but we won't do that. But those of you who do not know, I'd like to break from what we're doing here and ask First Man to introduce himself. But I've had the privilege of working with him since I started CanX, since he looked at me with a very jaundiced eye to know whether or not I was authentic about what I was trying to accomplish here. But I've learned so much about cannabis and the culture of ganja in Jamaica, the Rastafarian community, and what this means to them outside of, folks like myself who sort of come into this at a later stage and try to make sense of it all and try to, drive things in a particular direction. So from that and the work that you've done speaking globally, First Man, I can tell you, you do Jamaica and you do this industry a tremendous world of good, and I hope you'll continue to do that as you move along.
Yeah, a pleasant good afternoon. Nice to be here. What I hope I could never introduce myself as is an advocate, right? Because I hope we never have to fight for anything. Really hope that what would have happened is that we look at, just human principles, recognize legacy, recognize what humanity has been doing for a long period of time, and in what should be the most civilized time amongst humanity, find a way how to embrace all aspects of life, especially cultural aspects. So that has really been the work, not much advancing, but more carrying and trying to allow people to open up themselves to a conversation that is bigger than just what they know. And in doing that, it requires a lot of support. I've been, I'm around people here who I know I've been doing the very same work. Everything is about how much you can defend instead of how much you can advance, And if we can spend less time defending so much and just getting an openness to advance with best practice examples and so on, I think, that's the work that I would rather be doing than the one that I can introduce myself to be doing now. But good to be here.
So, Teresa, you've had tremendous experience on the Canadian side, looking at birthing the industry there and running through that entire process. And now here you are in Jamaica. Tell us a little bit about, where we sit in Jamaica in terms of what that opportunity for a truly vibrant wellness product and opportunity looks like in this market from your perspective.
Yeah, for sure. I think when I compare the two models, the regulations is the piece that really sticks out for me, and the differences in regulations. So in Canada, we spent so long in a medical framework where, people basically had to be a patient to gain access to cannabis, to ganja. And it was up to the doctor to decide what was the qualifying condition. And I see that model being replicated in Jamaica, but with the sidebar of decriminalization being made available. And I think one of the challenges for Jamaica is by having a purely medical model, or a medical model where most people gain access to ganja, limits how people are able to access it safely. So as a tourist, if I come here and I'm a woman and I want to consume cannabis, and I want to go to a dispensary, I need to proclaim that I'm sick. right? I need to talk to a doctor, or I need to choose some sort of qualifying condition to gain access. And I think, what Jamaica could look at doing is, it already has a culture of cannabis, it has a culture of ganja, it has deep roots, histories. If it just looked towards legalizing the substance in its entirety, like the same way you're finding the psilocybin framework, I think it would make greater access and economic sense for everyone involved. The people who are looking to purchase it can do so safely, the people who are looking to supply it have the opportunity to be in that market, and everyone kind of benefits. So I think in some ways, to me that's the biggest sort of critique I would have. I think Jamaica's done a good job around consumption spaces. Canada is still behind in where there's a safe spot to consume cannabis. And I know when the market first opened up here, the dispensaries were designed to have a consumption lounge attached to them. That's since changed. But I think, you need to be thoughtful about, people being able to be in safe environments as well. And Jamaica's moved forward with that. So I think there's a lot of room, though, to grow in terms of inclusion, in terms of people who actually have access to be retailing cannabis, because there's a lot of financial barrier there, and not including the Rastafari community in that market space. And, appreciating it as a sacramental medicine is one thing, but there needs to also be some economic benefit and gain as well.
Great. First, man, share with us a little bit about what, through the Rastafarian Indigenous Village and other activities that you're a part of, people, I think when we talk about cannabis and wellness, when you talk about psychedelics and wellness, there's a lot of implied understanding that people have without really truly them knowing how can they access it. Not just physically getting it, but how do you use it? What are some of these vehicles that are out there, and how can they support individuals? So if you could share a little bit about what you're doing, and then those are as examples of how people can use cannabis to better, seek that level of wellness.
Yeah, I think I'll go a little bit biased on the side of the cultural conversation, in the sense that because culture is not seen as an industry, and I really am one of the persons who say that every cent that comes from tourism should go into culture. Ministry of Culture should be getting a big chunk out of that to do the type of work to preserve and protect and promote the culture of Jamaica. The first time when the amendment was made in 2015, just to give you an example of cultural support and how that can work. When that amendment was made, the fact that Rastafari had this exempt event and preferential treatment in the law as a cultural icon of Jamaica. There's a young man sitting in the place, Blaine. He introduced us to Tweed. This was like a big Canadian company at the time, probably one of the biggest in the world, only because the government recognized us. Okay, just that alone. When we got the exempt event, then came one of the largest company in the world called High Times, right? And then there was a $500,000 project contract signed just because we recognize culture, okay? And so the idea of not seeing culture as an industry, not seeing it in a way as beyond even an industry, but a part of essential service. That it is something that you protect, like sidewalks, like water to your people. Culture has to come into that framework because culture can take care of itself and can advance the country. When the people then eventually came into an event like that, it was about the spirit. It was about what does it mean to you as Rastafari? What does the interaction you have with cannabis, how has it made you into these people that still can say one love in a terrible world? So those are the things that come out of the conversation of the empowerment of culture. You can just see the wealth flowing, or into the communities, into the place where it belongs. And if you don't support that conduit, I don't see how it will always just be a talk shop.
One of the things that I don't want us to take for granted is that everybody understands how some of these compounds work. There's obviously we don't want to talk against, I like that, we want to talk for. But in terms of how we move forward, if people have latent misconceptions about how these compounds work, I think that's a challenge. So Rain, if I can ask you in a very, very short manner to describe the medical benefits of cannabis, and then obviously, there is a sensitive argument which I think we get too into, like when it's medical, it's good, and when it's not medical, it's bad, and that's absolute nonsense.
Yeah, agreed.
Therapeutic use, I like to use that term because I think that encapsulates responsible use, that incorporates, I'm taking this because it serves me in a particular way. But that's just my own preference. The reality of it is, until we better understand, we'll start to get away from trying to put things in these specific buckets. But that being said, there is an interaction in our bodies, and that's kind of like, Rain, what I'd like to do with cannabis is just
Great
to
question
share
and
that.
great point. Part of my work as commercial manager, I also do what we call our brand onboarding sessions, but we share with the teams as we engage and empower them to be able to sell our product. And one day I was doing one of my visits, and spa manager, salt of the earth kind of woman, whenever she changes properties, her team goes with her, and she's like, Rain, there's this woman, you have to speak with her. And she tells me a little bit about her story, and I'm like, okay, let me do my rounds, and then when she's ready, we can speak. So this woman comes out with her, and short woman, slim build, no makeup, glasses, very fine and very neat salt and pepper locks. And no mask, and she starts telling me, she says, I was having fainting spells. And I said, wow, and she went to the doctor to check it out, and they tested her and didn't find anything. Goes back to work, and then she notices she was having what she calls these very strange headaches. She didn't really know what it was, but it just felt strange. And then she started noticing the left side of her face becoming disfigured, and it would twitch. And so she said, no man, something is wrong. And she went back to the doctor. They did an MRI and diagnosed her with a brain tumor. And that was pre-COVID, so this is like maybe 3-4 years ago. And about 2 or 3 months ago, no, probably 4 months ago, we had rolled out the CBD products in the spa, including the tinctures, the balm, the massage oil. And she had heard of a man that was using CBD pills. We don't make CBD pills. We do have CBD flower though, so you can also smoke it. But so she heard about the CBD pills, and she saw the product on the shelf and went to her boss and said, hey, could I have one? And so she gave her a bottle of one of our CBD tinctures, or the CBD oil, and it is 100% organic coconut oil extract, 100% organic hemp oil, Jamaican CBD actually extract, and we have one that's scented with peppermint. We have the products there for sale. So she said she would take 10 drops in the morning and 10 drops in the evening. She started taking it 2 or 3, 4 months ago. And she was actually happy with COVID because she could wear her mask so nobody could see the disfiguring. And every 3 months she had to pay $65,000 to get 12 injections in her face because of the twitching and the disfigurement. And she was glad because nobody could see her behind the mask. So when she starts taking the oil, maybe 4 months ago, every day 10 drops in the morning, 10 drops in the evening, I'm looking at this woman, she no longer has a disfigurement. She told me, she said, I don't have to go and do the injections anymore. She's a massage therapist. She no longer has a twitching, she no longer has a fainting spells, and she was actually having a fair amount of anxiety because of the tumor, because it's actually at the back of her head, at the base, and there are blood vessels and nerves that rest on it, and she wants to use a natural approach. And she also said that she couldn't sleep. She was very worried about it, and so when she takes the 10 drops in the morning, she was able to, sort of feel free and sort of relaxed, and because she's on her feet all day, she didn't necessarily fall asleep. And in the evening when she would go home, she actually could fall asleep peacefully, and she would pop up in the morning without any grogginess or fogginess or any, what they call weed hangover. And so, I found it to be an incredibly powerful testimonial from someone who's not just selling the product, but using it and finding it to be effective to actually deal with her tumor because she's decided not to touch it. And separate and apart from that, again, going around to these teams and hearing from the ladies and gentlemen that serve us as the doctors of the massage therapy industry. And, you talk to a woman who has a broken clavicle that never fused from a car accident that she has, and she swears by the CBD balm. She says she can't find anything else like it, and so But apart from that, CBD is a natural moisturizer. It's incredibly hydrating. It improves the skin's radiance, but it's also able to treat things like acne, eczema, psoriasis. A woman used to come into the dispensary in New Kingston with gloves on all the time because psoriasis is something that your skin gets so raw it looks like an open wound. And she no longer even wears the gloves anymore. I think she's Trinidadian, and whenever she's here, she just comes and stocks up. But also for, if you're looking to release and relieve any tension in the skin, in particular on your face, puffiness. I mean, forget about your tea bag, forget about your cucumber. It is the cure. I was also sort of somebody that, when the first time I ever tried it, I was like, wow, it really works. And so there, it's an incredibly powerful thing when we can have it be homegrown, born and raised, and have it be organic, have it beautifully packaged, and then have the potential to export. I mean, and you talk about culture, as something, as an industry, it's so important and such a great point. But, just to answer your question and to share with you the magic.
Kynan, I want to ask you the same thing because, again, thank you, Rain. Again, psychedelics people hear about, and, in a forum like this, we might accept it, but we don't really understand it sometimes. And so while I am sure this audience is probably more aware than most, if you could do the same thing in a short answer, just a quick sense of how they work.
Okay, psychedelic mushrooms work on our serotonin 5H2A receptors. Sometimes I get that term wrong. And what psychedelic mushrooms do in short is they create more brain connections than we're using. So they're probably up to 100 times more brain activity than someone on a placebo. What that does is allows us to have a more powerful brain, process things better, gives us the ability to dissolve behaviors that we have that no longer serve us, and see things in ways that we haven't been able to see before. Psychedelics also disable what we all have, a network called the default mode network, which is a way we learn to process information and behavior from when we're born. What psychedelics do, and mushrooms is lowers the activity of the default mode network. So we see things in a new way, in a way we haven't seen them before. And oftentimes that dissolves trauma, behavior patterns that don't work for us. And we can come out of a psychedelic experience with a new definition and a new parameters of interpretation because of that experience.
Okay, thank you both. I think one of the things that would be good to share, and anyone can jump in here, is why this is important to Jamaica. In particular, there's a long history, yes, but we don't inform the future just by looking at the past. We have to use the past, but also recognize in this moment, why do you each feel that this is an important consideration in terms of cannabis and psychedelics as far as the opportunity that's presented for Jamaica? I touched on it a little bit earlier today, but I would love to hear from you as to why you think it's important. From how you work, what you see locally as well as on the global markets, why is this important for Jamaica?
I think psychedelics are important for Jamaica because we've got such an entrenched society of mental problems, from schizophrenia to abuse to a myriad of mental illnesses and traumas that we grow with and largely go untreated. Psychedelics have the ability to disable this damage, unwire it, and help us rewire it and become better people. So I think there's a big opportunity for Jamaican people, for us to start working with Jamaican people as therapy. And that's one of the goals Sacred Therapeutics has, is that we're focused now on most of the distribution and the sale of mushrooms. We also plan to start training facilitators locally and as part of that training, make psilocybin therapy available to people who wouldn't normally choose it and can't afford it. Because we feel that there's a lot of repair that psychedelics can do to our people in Jamaica. And
as well. Parts of Jamaica is known for sun and sand and sea and all of this, you know, from a tourism perspective. I think the Ministry of Health and Wellness is doing a great, in conjunction with the Ministry of Tourism, doing a great job of positioning us a little bit closer for the wellness traveler, you know, and with Jamaica being one of the 5 countries globally in the world that, where you can actually participate with psilocybin mushrooms, with the industry, the cannabis industry, the CBD products that we have, we're well positioned to start to create tourism products that attract the wellness traveler who doesn't just want to go and sit in an all-inclusive, but not that there's anything wrong with this, right? But there's a set of tourists that want to go somewhere and have a spiritual experience. They want to go somewhere and have a wellness experience. They don't just want to drink and eat and party, which is great, right? But they might want to travel to maybe escape something. They want to travel because they understand that life is stressful and that stress is the cause of 90% of doctors' visits, you know, so that you can come to Jamaica now, you can sit by a river, you can listen to First Man sing. I'm going to bust fire. You can participate in a mushroom ceremony, you can get a massage with CBD products, and this is all acting on your endocannabinoid system. It's rewiring the brain. You're having a travel experience that's also spiritual, that's also well, without feeling like you're going into a clinic and something is wrong with you, you know? So the more that we can take this to the world, the better Jamaica appears on the international.
Yeah, I mean, for the industry, for the economy, but also, you know, I talked a little bit about that doctor and the children with cerebral palsy. Currently, that doctor is actually helping us, and we're joining hands to commission a study with her and supporting her on that study. You know, as the medical field operates, it has to be validated by our peers, etc. For her to dispense it, she's helping us to get it listed at University Hospital Pharmacy, because the product that they're currently using, the CBD product that they're currently dispensing, is from Czechoslovakia, and Jacana's product is half the price. You know, so things that, I mean, this is just, you know, it means so much for us.
I think for myself as well, you know, people have been wanting to have fun for a really, really long time, and people have used psychedelics for years, decades, centuries, to sort of curb their consciousness and have a enjoyable experience. And I think, you know, it's only within the last 100 years that we've made drugs illegal. And so we need to look at, you know, why were they made illegal and who is benefiting from them remaining illegal and not having a context of free legalization. So I think, you know, Jamaica could be in a position now to say we appreciate that, you know, people enjoy substances and they can use them as adults, and they can do it in spaces that are safe, and they can do it in ways that they do not need to be criminalized or stigmatized in any way. And so I think if we got ahead of that curve, you know, people who are already using substances at home will see Jamaica as just an extension of where they come from, where they know, okay, I can be myself when I'm here. There isn't this need to jump through certain regulations to get there. But I think if we don't sort of make that regulatory shift, other countries will always be seen as, well, we can go there and we can use mushrooms without any difficulties, or we can go there and access cannabis without any difficulties. So yeah, for me, I think it's appreciating, you know, the fun that people want to have and making it accessible in that way.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity for Jamaica to function now as a country. You know, to don't function as brand Jamaica, but function as what Jamaica stands for. I think the podium of civilization is waiting, and a country like Jamaica could really step up to that game, you know, to see how do they deal with each other, how do we see other people, how are we open to cultures, you know, how do we see alternative ways of thinking. And if Jamaica does not seize that kind of an opportunity as being a spiritual center of the world, as being a cultural center of the world, I mean, it's just like, it's hard because I interact so much sometimes with the government. There was one time when Jamaica, the policy document in the Ministry of Culture was Jamaica, the super cultural state. I mean, like the government wrote that on a document, which means that they're fully realized, they understand what we have in our hands. It's just how we're going to make that into something that represents us, you know, in how we converse with each other, how do we open our doors to other experiences, and to just show how civilized we can be and tolerant we can be with different expressions of life. And I think Jamaica has that opportunity, and they should not waste it. You know, it's just right there, sitting. Just everybody looks at Jamaica for so much more in terms of the intangible. And you know, we can't do tangible. We only have, we're an island, we have limited resources. But the intangible is ours, and we should just walk to it, take it, because we have the ability to do it. You know, it's inborn in us. It's ours, you know? So, yeah, just be civilized, I think.
Well, I've been nudged to say we have just a few more minutes, which unfortunately means I can't make my speech that I had planned for a long time. But be that as it may, let's open it up for some questions. We have some really great resources here, so let's tap into them, please.
And what roles do you think you can play actively to help bring the government and corral our government into a place where we can be inclusive in what you're discussing in the global marketplace?
Well, you know, my role is a role of service. And so, you know, whilst I might not necessarily have a direct line to any one of the ministers, I'm here today to represent. And, you know, had a quick conversation. Obviously, it wasn't anything, you know, more than just introducing each other and just talking a little bit about the product. But, you know, to continue to show up is really, you know, what is coming to mind. Showing up for our clients, showing up for the wellness industry, whether it be from a business perspective in the hotels or in the spas or at a conference like this, continuing to show my support. And then while also, you know, that's something that will create its own energy and steam, and people will begin to take notice, because as you hop around and to the various hotels and you hear, you know, we've heard what's going on over there, we want those products here. And I feel like there is that energy behind it, and with things like this, and certainly the Ministry of Tourism getting behind health and wellness and having this kind of conversation, I do think it helps to create that general advocacy as well, and, you know, provide more thought leadership around changing that narrative. And so, you know, next up is Ministry of Health and Wellness. And so I think it's not going to be a phone call or a meeting. It's going to be, you know, showing up and actually delivering on the promise that we've made, and having it, you know, all the people that are out there swearing by the products, you know, continuing to talk about it and share, and, you know, and I think eventually we'll all end up on the same page, I hope. You know, and I'm not the only one. You know, my entire team, my leadership team, my executive team, I mean, they are continuously driving the way in which we work and operate. You know, titles are one thing, but we all roll up our sleeves. We do deliveries, we, you know, do everything. And I think it's important to continue that in that spirit, to really move the needle and hold hands across the aisle.
Okay, thank you.
I think, well, in the mushroom space, the government, being that mushrooms are unregulated, the government hasn't had much to do with it so far, which has been very good for us. and the industry is developing rapidly, organically, and for the 99.9% safely. What I would like to see the government do is to actually endorse us and partner with us. They've been very quiet and supportive, but from a distance. They haven't openly endorsed the psychedelic sector yet, and I would love to see that dialogue start and the government actually stand behind us and say we support. But what's been happening so far is very encouraging, and kudos to the government for not getting involved with regulation and red tape. It's so. I'm very happy with the way it's going so far, but we'd love to see the government actually support us.
Yeah.
From my perspective, I believe that we, there's a lot going on in the space of wellness, and I know we're talking a lot about cannabis and CBD and mushrooms, but from where I sit, I see a lot more alternative therapies, whether in supplements or in modalities, or even just in food, right? There's a protocol, it's called the Walls Protocol. 9 cups of vegetables a day, this doctor, well studied, improves the symptoms of MS, but we're still fighting against a culture of carbohydrates. We're fighting against a culture of fast foods. It's easier for some of our fast food restaurants to operate than it is for me as a health food store to operate. And I'm providing the elements of wellness, and no disrespect to the brands that we all know and love and are entrenched in our culture, but they are detracting from health and wellness. And if there could be more dialogue with people like myself that are fighting the fight for our nation, because when we have a population that's getting sicker and sicker, and it's supported by industry that is encouraging the sicker and sicker, that puts pressure on the infrastructure to support wellness. And we exist in an interesting dichotomy where our healthcare industry doesn't pay a whole lot of attention to our food, and our food industry doesn't pay a whole lot of attention to our wellness. And if we could get all participants across the ministries, across the government, across the various stakeholders to come to the table and say, having a salad on your menu at your fast food restaurant it's not enough. We need to be in schools encouraging the consumption of vegetables. We need to be in the markets encouraging, like it needs to be entrenched. And I hate it when people say eating healthy is expensive, because it does not have to be. It can be, but it does not have to be, right? Thank you. So I hope that answers your question a little bit.
Well, it's platform for change.
Yeah. We need a lot of change.
Yeah, including not using Roundup anymore. Banning Roundup.
Goodness.
Including banning Roundup.
Absolutely. Yeah.
For a question like that, we have been to jail, trying to stop this, playing our part. When they told us that ganja was not good and not great, jail, prison, right? Rastafari stopped eating meat, some sections of our community. How those things could affect, your national health service, So we have been doing a lot. The wellness people have been breaking laws, in some cases to allow, this, uncivilized behavior to continue. What I would know is I don't know how to get the Jamaican government to see that the people are the leader. I'm not sure what to do about that part of it, because as long as they continue to just lead and not listen to what the people are saying is actually working for them, I don't know. I don't see where it is a service-oriented governance. Your ideas can be great, they can be, and what governments may be more interested to do is to actually take it, than becoming partners with you in it. And I think until we remove from that type of a governance, I don't know what more we can do. So we're making the call
maybe come together.
Yeah, I mean, I would add on to what First Man is saying as well in terms of, you know, trying to get a government to change their mind is so difficult. I think what you end up left with is creating sort of this self-governance model where you're doing the best you can and putting out the best model that can hopefully be adopted or identified as something that's, as you say, civil, something where the thought leaders are coming together, something where, you know, we're strong as a group saying these are the changes that need to happen because the way it's existing right now is hurtful.
Yeah.
But you can go to jail.
Yeah. I think everyone up here, just sorry, has, I work with more than not her.
Not yet, not yet.
And we are self-regulators. We literally have to put our own system of regulations in place. And that's why I'm happy the government has left you alone. You know, so we are regulating ourselves.
We're short on time, but if I can just throw my answer into that. I think
Oh, there's a student.
what we miss sometimes is that we want to make the argument in the most logical way that we think makes sense. And a lot of times to communicate, we have to figure out what will make someone listen. And I think in particularly in cannabis, the arguments have been so clear that it makes it difficult if we just take it front on to understand why doesn't someone get it. When if we don't actually look at it through the lens of the person saying, you're asking me to change the status quo, then we're not going to land at a place where we can have efficient communication. And I think, and I've said this, I think that in many ways, we have had, you know, groups that have paid very high prices, but we've not yet corralled that message in a way that can galvanize people to hear it, so that the people get behind what we're trying to accomplish, and then they make the government shift. You know, government and people who are in government, we're being naive if we think they wake up every day, you know, mobilized to do the right thing, quote unquote. They want to, but like we all do, we get into different habits, and we sort of deal with the priority in front of us. Until there's a price to be paid, meaning votes, meaning popular will, meaning having difficult conversations in the public domain that say, for example, I watched a documentary that, you know, the American Diabetes Association, you know, one of their big funders is, you know, a couple of the big fast food giants. And they approved the menu that they put on their website. Well, how does that ever work? Okay, but if we don't understand that these things take place and then figure out how we become a part of that changing narrative, I don't think we'll ever get anywhere except to be frustrated and talk and yickety yak, and nothing gets accomplished. We have to figure out what helps them to understand where we're coming from, and then we can make a better point.
Douglas, we have a question from the next generation who will assist tremendously in taking
There's no
the
next
message.
generation after me. What are you talking about?
You want to bet? Watch this. Who is coming to carry the message for us? Okay, one of our students here. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susan. I'm from Seaforth High School in St. Thomas. I have two questions, actually. And it's, as she had asked before, it's for all of you. What tips would you give to someone who is wanting to start their own business and the struggles they would have to face to keep it afloat?
I didn't hear.
Can you repeat the question?
Can you say it louder? A little louder, please.
What tips would you give to somebody who wants to start their own business and the struggles they would have to face to keep it afloat?
And the struggles.
Do you want to start your own business?
Right, but I didn't hear the, we're not hearing the struggle, what?
The struggles they would have to face to keep it afloat.
Oh, the struggles. Okay, so what tips would you give someone who wants to start their own business and what struggles do they face to stay afloat? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Great. So I got the question right, so you guys can give the answer.
I'd love to jump in on that.
Yeah, I think Natalie is like.
I'd love to jump in on that one, and I think it's a great question. The biggest obstacle that you're going to face when you want to make a decision to start your own business is yourself. Fear can be crippling. I lived in the banking world for 4 years at the end of my career in inner turmoil, trying to confirm that helping people in that aspect, like going into health coaching, was going to be better for the world than staying in the comfort zone. So entrepreneurs have to be fearless. Entrepreneurs have to be okay with becoming uncomfortable, because there's days, don't look on me and think anything of this, but there's days when I go, JPS bill or feed the children, because what's in the bank account right now can't do both. So you have to be able to get to those spaces. So that's the emotional side. You have to have not just a good idea, not just a good idea that people like, but a good idea that makes business sense. There are so many products on the market that overlap. There are so many services on the market that overlap. What's going to be different about what you're bringing to the forefront? Is it a different service, a different product? Is it something special about an existing product? But there's got to be a differentiating factor that's going to separate you. Otherwise, you're going to be just one more marble in somebody's bag of marbles. You know, so fearless, your approach, having a good business idea, running your numbers so that you're knowing what it's costing you and what you're going to be earning from it. And I think everything has to have, my personal opinion here, I don't think there's any science or fact behind it, but if you're improving humanity, I think that goes a long way towards having a successful business.
I will say get very familiar with the word resilience.
Yeah. Yes.
You have to embrace resilience. You have to believe in what you're doing. Some of the things that Natalie mentioned in terms of knowing your numbers, understanding your business, what's the market opportunity, etc. You know, you have to do those things regardless. But whether or not you have that nailed or you've missed that completely, if you don't have the resilience, the drive, the determination, the passion to succeed, it does not matter. So that's one of the things that I think is very important. And the one little tip that I will give you is to read. Read voraciously. Read about business leaders. Read about businesses. Read about people. So you understand that every Oprah that you see, every Steve Harvey that you read about, every, I forget how to pronounce his name, but the founder of Red Bull, for example, when you read these stories and you understand how Richard Branson, and you realize how close these people came to fiasco, but they believed and somehow they made it through, then you'll have a different appreciation for what success looks like. So when you hit those struggles, you don't give up. And that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I'll add to what Natalie, for sure. Yeah, the resilience point is a winner for sure. But to add to what Natalie said and what Douglas is saying, don't be afraid to ask for mentorship. Even if it's somebody you know or you don't know. I know that, and I still, if I'm somewhere and I hear a speaker that inspires me, I will literally walk up to them and, would you mind mentoring me? And we schedule some time to sit down and do a one-on-one, whether it's over the phone or you can do virtual. Don't be afraid to ask people that you admire and respect, and especially if they're in the field that you're thinking about getting into, to mentor you. And that just means, you bouncing ideas, asking them for advice, asking them to share, because you might hear a yes, and every time I've asked, I've heard a yes. And so that's been a huge thing for me in my professional career. Being able to ask for mentorship, get it, and commit myself to actually meeting up with them, and not just having the good conversations and getting information, but having the hard ones too. It's important.
Well, I know our time is here, so unless there's any further questions, I'd love to just ask you to give this a wonderful panel a round of applause. And thank you very much.
Thank you to Douglas and First Man and Kyman and Teresa, and Natalie, Murray, and Rain. Thank you all. Another round of applause for them, please. I just think they're fantastic. You know, the first time that I was involved in the conference, there was a similar discussion, a similar panel discussion, and it had to do with jobs in the industry. And you know, Douglas, there's a position that I think is extremely important that I'd like to learn some more about. It's called a bud tender. A bud tender, right? That guy makes a lot of money, or that person, right? Yeah. Yeah. Are they the sort of like the chemists who do the different brands kind of thing?
Well, they're the ones who are the product experts.
The product experts.
The different strains, the different...
Right. Okay, guys. Yeah. So you need a lot of science background for this particular. Ask about a bud tender. When he comes down, you can talk to him. All right. Okay. Good. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so that was very insightful, I thought. And so it's now time for us to move into our next panel discussion. Now, our moderator for this session is Fiona Fennell. Now, Fiona, in addition to being the public relations and communications manager at the Jamaica Tourist Board, she's a seasoned journalist with over 15 years of experience in media. Now, in addition, Fiona possesses extensive radio and television presentation and media training expertise and experience, and she engages with clients from a wide range of industries: international media and technology, global beauty, hospitality, and nonprofit. A very impressive skills set, I'm sure you will agree. So, let's say hello to our next presenter, Fiona Fennell, our next moderator. Fiona, where are you?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? No, man. Oh, my goodness. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? And I'm going to give you some good news, because Jamaica is basically Brazil. So Brazil has scored. They're at 1. So they're leading. All right? So there's no major upset in this match. Everybody all right? No? All right. All right, so I would like to invite one of our panelists, or the only panelist that will be here physically, Ms. Joy Roberts, the Executive Director of Jamaica Vacations. Please. You are most welcome. And as you are aware or following in your booklets, this panel discussion will be looking at Jamaica, a leading destination for wellness tourism. And we will have, as I said, Ms. Joy Roberts. I have Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg, who will be joining virtually, and Reverend Dr. Stephen Jennings, pastor of Mona Baptist Church, Kingston. He will be joining us virtually as well. So, our first presenter is Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg, and let me just give you a little insight into who this phenomenal woman is. She's Group Director of Marketing and Sales at the Courtly Hospitality Group. She was conferred with the Order of Distinction in the rank of Officer as part of Jamaica's National Awards for 2021. She's the current president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, CHTA, former president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JHTA, and the only two-time winner of JHTA's President's Award. Mrs. Madden Gregg was honored with an Order of Distinction in recognition of her contribution to the establishment of the Jamaica brand on the world stage. She is a veteran of over 20 years, and I cannot continue, Mrs. Madden Gregg. Please forgive me, or else we will not finish this afternoon. So, Mrs. Madden Gregg, if you are ready, let us know so that we can see your presentation on Jamaica, a leading destination for wellness tourism. Welcome.
Clearly.
All right, 1 second, guys. Mrs. Madden Gregg is trying to, we're not hearing her. All right, speak again, Mrs. Madden Gregg.
I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. And if you'll allow me to share my screen, I'll start. You hearing me well?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen, but it's blocked. So if the host could enable me, I will start.
Just give her a few. She's trying to share her screen. Okay, Mrs. Mangregg, we'll take it from here. We'll share the presentation from here.
Okay, thank you. Because right, we can go to the next slide, please. So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. Sorry I'm not there with you in person, but I was asked to give an overview of not only Jamaica's position, but the Caribbean and the potential for tourism, as well as how that would impact the health and wellness side of the market. So the WTCC, the World Travel and Tourism Council, recently released a Caribbean economic report, which basically said that looking into the long term, 2022 to 2023, travel and tourism contribution to global GDP is expected to grow at an annual growth rate of 5.8%, outpacing the forecasted annual growth rate of 2.7% for the global economy. The Caribbean is expected to have an average growth rate of 6.7% annually, as well as that is significantly over the overall region economic growth of 2.4% to reach 96.6 billion US in 2032, up from 50.5 billion in 2022. Jobs in the Caribbean could grow at an average rate of 4.5% annually, creating 1.34 million new jobs by 2023 in travel and tourism. So that is good news. The potential for travel and tourism in the Caribbean is great. But let's look at some other items. Next slide, please. This is how we performed during the pandemic. As we know, COVID took a real bite into our industry. And we moved from our 2019, which was a record year performance of somewhere in the region of 61.5 billion, down to 28.8, and then recovering to 39.3 billion in 2021. And we have continued to recover in 2022. Next slide, please. Tourism is known to have both indirect and induced impact on our tourism expenditures. So this is where the health and wellness side of it comes in, because it's not only about accommodation and airfare, but it's also about all the attractions and activities that fuel our tourism dollars. And this means that there are really good opportunities throughout, not only in actual products and services, but also the supporting industries. And we'll get into that a little bit later on. Next. And what has been happening in the Caribbean? We have been seeing that the Caribbean is moving from recovery into growth mode. For Q4, which is the quarter we're in now, we can see that the Caribbean is up 15% in terms of its international worldwide arrivals over the same period in 2019, while total international inbound arrivals has only recovered by minus 30% over the same period in 2019. So the Caribbean is really recovering fast and coming out of recovery into growth. Just taking one last look at the data, comparing 2019 to 2022, and we can see where the Caribbean is, again, showing that recovery over 80%, as well as you see Jamaica is very close to full 2019 levels. We feel by the end of this year, the majority of the Caribbean islands will be back to their 2019 figures. Jamaica will be just shy of it, but will soon surpass. And we definitely see that overall we are doing very strong and very well. What does this mean? In 2019, the wellness tourism by region was also quite robust in 2017. So I'm going to make a comparison to 2017 and kind of where we are now in 2022. You can see that Latin America and the Caribbean had somewhere in the region of 34.8 billion in expenditures, which is our region, as well as North America was in the top, one of the top regions at 241.7 billion. So this industry worldwide is really quite large, and the amount of wellness tourism trips and expenditures keeps growing. Coming out of COVID, we find that a lot of persons are even more in tune and wanting to look at their health and wellness and are anticipated to take more trips surrounding health and wellness tourism. So as I was saying, wellness tourism is booming. If we look at the data here, this is for 2022, you can see there was 1.2 billion wellness trips. Of that, it represented 18% of global tourism, and you had 4.5 hours spent per day on a wellness or activity. So this is big business, ladies and gentlemen. And Jamaica, like the rest of the Caribbean, is seeing how we can take better advantage of our natural assets. Next, please. So when we look at this wellness traveler, who is this traveler? What are they seeking to do, and what are they looking to visit? This wheel kind of breaks it down for us. We look at health, spa and beauty, healthy eating, fitness, eco and adventure, personal growth, spiritual and wellness along that line, as well as so many aspects. So the traveler there are different travelers looking for different things. And as I said, Jamaica, like the rest of the Caribbean, is ideally positioned to speak to this market and to get a big piece of that wellness tourism pie. Next, please. We also have to pay attention to the health and wellness trends to watch in 2022. We are seeing that persons are looking to be more mindful of what they eat. They are looking at their mental health. They are looking at very relaxing vacation. They are looking at stress reduction, among other things. And we also are looking at environmentally friendly wellness tourism. So these are some of the trends that we must pay attention to. The Caribbean has over 2,000 accommodations of all types, over 25,000 dining experiences, over 5,000 attractions and excursions. It is the world's most popular cruise destination and the most desirable place for romance. Of course, Jamaica ranks very high in all of these areas. And that is something that gives us a distinct advantage when going after this market. I wanted to do a little bit of comparison of some of the activities that you see across the Caribbean, and some of them are things that we could more pay attention to in Jamaica, which is again using our natural assets to drive this market. So whether it's cave tubing, zip lining, exploring with diving, underwater adventures, hiking, parasailing, yoga, sports, which is also something that features in terms of health and wellness, physical activity. These are all things that we can package and market to that visitor and even internally to our own local tourists. So ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica has all the key factors. We have location, we have significant airlift, we have the natural environment, sun, sea, sand, mountains, rivers, and valleys. We have a variety of accommodations. We have a wide variety of attractions, numerous day spas, trails, which many are off the beaten path. Persons are looking to connect with nature, to commune with the local environment. We have excellent hospitality in our people, and of course, we have indigenous ingredients, which can be used not only in food, but in nutraceuticals, spa products, and so many other things that fit into the health and wellness market. Yoga retreats, downhill bicycle tours. Of course, we have our Blue Mountain downhill bicycle tours. I spoke about gastronomy. We clearly have all of the assets, and we need to now see how we can further develop what we have here to really put together attractive packages for this market. Next. Of course, we have like our Reggae Marathon, our Kingston City Marathon, so many 5K activities, bird watching, hiking. These are some of the experiences that currently exist in Jamaica, but we could, of course, build out more of these and enhance what we do in terms of adding on not only the side of just the physical activity, but the mental activities as well as the gastronomy related activities. So it's looking at all our assets and packaging them in a way that can create new and varied experiences so that when persons think about Jamaica, they don't only just think about the beach, but they think about everything else. It's full environment and all of what we can offer to them for that wellness experience. Again, one thing I wanted to highlight, as I mentioned before, bird watching, but there is this really great tour in Montego Bay, which we know is with our lovely humans' #1 pet, and that's dogs. And many of these dogs have actually migrated and gone to Canada. But this is, of course, another way to experience and have health and wellness. Being able to look at utilizing our animal population in a way that allows people to have that comfort feel of having these pets, whether we could look at, besides dogs, of course, we have a turtle watching where we come and we see when the hatching of the turtles. There are so many things that we can create around the natural environment that can create more experiences, whether it's a petting zoo, you know, as I said, bird watching before. There is just so much that is available to us here in Jamaica. So our Health and Wellness Network, which is who is sponsoring our event for today, has its own purpose and objectives, and that is to support an enhancement and development of Jamaica's health and wellness products and packages, and promote it and market it as an important tourism niche area. So this is a high focus for us at the Tourism Linkages Network, but also at the Jamaica Tourist Board. And we, as accommodation providers, are also looking to partner with various attractions, various businesses to see how we can improve the services. We, for example, in Kingston recently did a very good yoga retreat with the Bikram Yoga Center at the Jamaica Pegasus and incorporated that experience in a corporate setting. So there's a lot that can be done and can be created. So it's not only necessarily in an all-inclusive environment, it can be in an EP environment as well. And it can utilize assets that are not only on property, but assets that are throughout the country. So what we learned during COVID is that collaboration and partnership really drives innovation. And today, that's something I'm sure we're talking about a lot. How do we collaborate more with persons who may not necessarily see themselves as tourism enterprises, but have assets that could really be incorporated into tourism to bring about new products and services? So there are some real opportunities. We have assets in the coffee country which are underexplored, and yes, we want to do that in a sustainable way. We have the Jamaica Blue and John Crow Mountains, which has some assets already, but surely can really come up with so much more activities that drives persons to really experience nature in a unique way. We do have some great farm-to-table experiences, which promotes healthy living and healthy eating, but we can promote more of our ITEL cuisine. The whole movement that is vegan, vegetarian, plant-based foods is something that is exploding worldwide. And that's something we've been doing in Jamaica for a very long time. And we need to now put our cuisine front and center as one of the assets that can be utilized to really attract this market. I mentioned earlier the yoga and meditation retreats. Voluntourism is something that has been around for a while and is growing. As we're coming out of COVID, more and more persons recognizing a lot of the challenges that individuals face during the pandemic want to contribute more to the world and want to experience, not just coming on vacation, but do something productive while they're here. So that is something that is also good for their mental health. And it's something that you can partner, as I said, with other organizations, whether it's a church or your charity in your community. We can work to see how we build out more of these programs. Of course, there is an opportunity to create unique Jamaican treatments. We talk about massages, everybody talk about a Thai massage, and that's known and that's an asset that everybody talks about. When we should create a Jamaican version of that, so that every spa that you go to in Jamaica has this unique signature spa treatment that is Jamaican. And just like how we have our Jamaican music or Jamaican food, we would have basically a set of treatments that are uniquely Jamaican and you can only get when you come to Jamaica. Of course, we are looking at, I'm sure through this conference, at expanding wellness products where it's skincare, spa treatments, infusions, and there's so many variety of things on the back end in terms of linkages that can be created to promote and continue to grow this market. So we have seen like coffee scrubs, we have seen, made out of Blue Mountain coffee. We have seen so many different spa products, and that's something we want to continue to promote. Because as I said, it is not only just about the front end of tourism, but the back end linkages that can be created around this sector. Responsible travel is also something, as I guess, we need to commit to when we're thinking about the health and wellness sector. We are seeing, for example, in our side of the world, the whole issue of climate change and how that's impacting our coral reefs. And the prediction is that by the early 2030s, if we don't take action, we will lose 99% of the world's reefs due to climate change. So this is not a joke. This is really something that we have to look at very serious. And this is also things that provide opportunities to create products. There are other islands that are doing coral reef restoration preservation tours where persons can come and plant their own coral and help to maintain and develop a reef system. Those are things that we can focus on. So it's also looking at the mental health, the contribution to the wider society, to the world at large, and that in itself breeds health and wellness. Eco-tours that feature nature-based experiences. I mentioned the sea turtle experience, but also creating educational programs for children. So it's not only about adults coming and having fun and maybe doing biking or bird watching or other things, but the educational side. How can you contribute to the health and wellness of the entire planet? And that is something that we all need to think about in terms of sustainable travel when we are discussing the whole health and wellness paradigm. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for me. I will be available for questions as we go through the panel. I hope you enjoyed that presentation.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg. A lot to unpack, and we will go to our next panelist first, and then we can have some conversations after all the presentations have been made. I have to my left Ms. Joy Roberts, who is the Executive Director of Jamaica Vacations, one of the public bodies of the Ministry of Tourism. Now, in reading her bio, I realized that her love affair with tourism began as far back as she says I mustn't say the year. What I will say is that she was aligned with a particular airline that we so love and miss, Air Jamaica. Let's leave it at that. She has held several management positions in tourism. I didn't know you were at TPDCO as well. My word. And she's now the executive director at JAMVAC. Welcome, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Hello? Thank you, Fiona. It's great to be here. And man, Mrs. Madden-Gregg did a fantastic presentation. I mean, everything that I would have wanted to have discussed, she did give a broad overview of exactly what wellness means to Jamaica or could mean to Jamaica. And so because JAMVAC, we are responsible for cruise and airlift, but I would probably speak from a cruise point of view, and a lot of it would back up what Mrs. Madden-Gregg presented. We recently did a review of exactly who our cruise passengers these days are. And we found out that the age group is between 30 up to 49. We still have the older guys coming, but the younger folks are coming. What do they want? They want a more immersive experience. They want to do what we do. They want to do the hacks. They want to do everything that relates to wellness. They're only here for a couple of hours. But you know, the challenge is that we couldn't find enough attractions that were licensed. I did the tour this morning with at the expo here, and I saw a lot of products that could do very well in the international market. Many of them are not even in our local market. We can't access them in our local markets. We have a lot of work to do. We speak in the Ministry of Tourism about Blue Ocean strategy, and I believe that wellness is a big blue ocean strategy for us. The clients are there. Our cruise lines are saying to us, if you cannot offer these products, if you cannot offer these experiences, our clients are not going to want to come to your destination. So I think, the mental, the physical, the spiritual, we need to look at that entire wellness program, right? And encourage persons to enter into this field. Where I see Exim Bank here. These are some of the things that I don't know if Exim Bank has these as tourism programs, but entrepreneurs need to start going, and I hear yes. So yes, I see the nod yes. So yes, these are some of the areas that you probably need to go to Exim Bank, because you are part of that linkage, right? And it's very important right now to look at this market. This morning we learned that it has a potential by 2025 to be a $7.2 trillion market. Trillion US dollars. I don't know if anybody wants to calculate that in Jamaican dollars, right? But guys, if we only get a small percentage of that, of course we're going to want, with our minister, but if we can only grab a small percentage of that, there are several people who will be way ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts, Executive Director of JAMVAC. A lot of conversations there as well. You're looking at funding for ideas, which Exim Bank has said, yes, we're in the business of doing. There's the possibility of entrepreneurship, building out new products and experiences just under this pillar and activity. All right, I'm going to move on to our final panelist. He's joining us virtually, Reverend Dr. Stephen Jennings, who is an ordained and accredited minister of the Jamaica Baptist Union and is one of its past presidents. He's also the pastor of the Mona Circuit of Baptist Churches in Kingston, Jamaica, and is also a part-time graduate lecturer. Nice. All right, welcome, Reverend Jennings.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and let me thank you for the privilege of being part of this distinguished panel. Like you, I'm blessed and impressed with our previous speakers and what they've had to say. And so some of what I will say will be part of their own presentation and assume what they have said. I think we have to look at health and wellness in a holistic kind of way, as has been intimated by our previous speakers. And how we relate that to tourism is critical. Perhaps I could start in this panel discussion by having us reflect briefly on on the evolution of tourism in a place like Jamaica. Tourism started out as a basic cottage industry where people would come from other places and share with people the experience of Jamaica. It came out of the agricultural situation in places like Port Antonio, and just the beauty of that entire area struck many people, and they decided to come regularly and in some cases to remain. And that experience of connecting with people one-on-one became the norm in other places like Negril and to some extent Montego Bay, places like Mandeville, and eventually became something bigger than just a little cottage to becoming that thing that smaller motels would be part of. And then eventually the hotels became more and more a part of the process. Because of a number of shifting situations in the country, the concept of the all-inclusives were utilized more. And in so doing, it solved one problem, namely tourist harassment, and giving the hoteliers more control over the experiences the guests could have. But on the other hand, it took away people from some of the spontaneous everyday interaction. It is no wonder then, as our previous speaker just said, there is a desire by the younger generation in reacting to that globally for a more immersive experience. In other words, they want to go back to that original concept where tourism was not a controlled thing of a few experiences, but rather a regular entertainment with ordinary folks. So that's where it is. And it doesn't mean the all-inclusives will be going away anytime soon. It means that that blend has to be found. However, some of the issues that brought about the all-inclusive concept in the first place have not gone away. In fact, some have intensified. Some of the factors that led to tourist harassment, things like crime and violence, things like people being given products that were not helpful and not considered legal in some cases. And so, you know, there is this delicate balance that has to be found. Interestingly, only today I was hearing the news where a leading hotelier was talking about the states of emergency, the SOEs that are instituted, and he was saying that he had a real hard time in trying to convince his guests that Jamaica is still a safe place to come. And he said, and I'm quoting now, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of all of this. I want crime to be put in a kind of, control so that we can have better tourists. And again, tourism. So again, he's reflecting the challenge we have, because one of the challenges that a country like Jamaica has is how do you make the experience not only helpful and enjoyable for the tourist, but how do you help locals to have health and wellness in a holistic way that they would be welcoming and supportive of tourists? I think we have to always think about that whenever we think of health and wellness vis-a-vis tourism, we therefore ought not just to be thinking about the health and wellness of the tourists, but about the health and wellness of the local persons. And this is where there needs to be a continued collaboration between ministries, tourism, health and wellness, education, national security, and anything that has to do with the well-being of the local person. Because it seems to me that unless the local person has a certain quality of life that will help them to be comfortable in their own country, anybody else who comes enjoying the sweets of that country would be seen not just as a tourist, but rather more like a stranger and an invader and an interloper who is taking away their own benefit from their own country, which they themselves are not allowed to have. And so it seems to me that we all have, throughout the Caribbean and elsewhere, have to make sure that we enable our own local population to be able to be whole, because health and wellness not only speaks about physical illness, but has been adduced by other speakers, mental and spiritual wellness, social wellness, economic wellness. So I want to indicate that for me, there is need for us to pay attention to various aspects of life. We need to be building community to make sure that communities have the facilities that they need to be able to live a certain quality of life. We need to make sure that economically people have jobs that are wholesome, that will help them not only to have basic income, but to be able to have the certain kind of quality of life that they need, access to health and to education, to travel and they themselves to experience the world. We also need to make sure that people continue to learn how to relate to others, how to deal with anger management and depression and anxiety, because again, one of the things that COVID has revealed is how many people have come under mental strain, and we need to make sure that people are holding that way so that when they meet others, they themselves can relate to them in a healthy kind of way. The spiritual is critical, and this is not just about meditative practices, but about people's sense of ultimate meaning and purpose. What is their reason for living? Why am I here? What am I supposed to do with my life? How do I deal with others? I think that is very critical. Maybe my final comment for now is related to what Mrs. Madden Gregg said earlier about the need for us dealing with the environment in a proper way. It seems to me that we need to be people who recognize that we have a climate crisis all over the world, and that small island states like the Caribbean are at great risk because of rising temperatures and rising sea levels, which are affecting climates all around, not just ferocious hurricanes, but droughts and the bleaching of coral, which he mentioned, and other things. It seems to me that we also need to be we also need to look at even how we use air transport and sea transport when we talk about cruises and all of that. Are we, for instance, making sure that these modes of transportation are more and more ecologically friendly so that they don't contribute to the damaging of the wider environment? Because it makes no sense that we bring tourists to the Caribbean, and in bringing them to the Caribbean, the very things that they come on are helping to destroy the health of the physical Caribbean. That's like killing the goose that lays the golden egg. We have to make sure that once we bring people here, they're coming in eco-friendly transportation systems, and that they come in ways that will help to sustain and to improve the environment, not to reduce it and cause it to be damaged further. So with that said, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and looking forward to further conversation with this panel and from the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Jennings. Again, a whole lot to unpack. I have a series of questions. Mrs. Madden Gregg, are you still with us?
I'm still here.
All right, Mrs. Madden Gregg, starting off with the very big question. How do we capitalize on this extremely lucrative segment of tourism? What does Jamaica need to do now?
I think we're already doing a lot of things very well, but we do need to diversify our product offerings. We have, as I said, all the basic elements to really create unique products. We probably need to work more on collaboration, really sitting down and packaging things in a way that makes sense. There are some things in the general environment that we do need to address, as mentioned. Cleanliness is something we struggle with as a country, and that's something we need to pay attention to for our own selves, not even going for tourism, just making sure we put the garbage where the garbage should go and cleaning the place in a way, because all of that goes back to our own mental health and our state of being. And these things resonate in terms of how we are able to deliver and to attract an external market. So I think that collaboration between the accommodation sector, the attractions, the communities that have these experiences, the entrepreneurs that are coming up and doing what we're doing today, talking about the opportunities so persons can understand the potential and work towards delivering the kind of products and services that are required. These are all aspects of it. We talked about financing, that is very important. But at the same time, we have to get the product right. It doesn't make sense to create a product or products and get the financing, but then we finance something that's not really as attractive as it could be and does not resonate with the market. So I think those are the key elements that we need to focus on. And we are already far down the wicket in terms of assets, but we do need to be better at some of the things we deliver and look at the opportunities, especially where we look at more of the mind-body experiences, or even from a gastronomy point of view. There's still a lot that we can do in that area. And we have these really great mountainous regions throughout Jamaica. We have the only UNESCO World Heritage Site in the Blue and Dronka Mountain, which is underutilized, the fantastic cockpit country. So there's just so much that can take us beyond the traditional sun, sea, and sand.
Thank you, Mrs. Madden-Gregg. I'm going to touch on something Ms. Roberts said earlier. What does data, or what role would data play? She made mention of doing actual research for cruise passengers. Do we need to find out what they actually want before we even get to the stage of developing products and experiences?
And yes, and this is something that we are looking at even at JAMVAC. What are the products that these customers need? The cruise lines have started changing their offerings. They've redone their ships. Even the ports that they're now building are offering some of these products. One of the things that, the research has shown that the biggest trend is something called dirty tourism, dirty wellness, right? And that deals
hold on,
with...
wait, explain that one, please.
Dirty wellness. It deals with the soil. They want to ensure that the soil, how the soil relates to the human, right? So, as Nicola said earlier, how we as Jamaicans also are going to have to prepare for these passengers, these clients. We have to start putting those processes in place. Yes. Because this is what these clients want when they come here.
All right, I like that. Another key point that jumped out at me, Nicola, was sustainability.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What role would sustainability play in helping us to achieve our goal of becoming a leading destination for wellness tourism?
It's critical. Anything that we're going to develop must be sustainable. And we're not talking about sustainable just from an environmental point of view, but also in terms of all the inputs that we are thinking about. We went through the pandemic, and I'm just going to harken back to that for a little bit. And resilience was very key. The ability to bounce back, the ability to prepare for crisis. All of that has to be built into any product and service that we're looking to create and to put in place. So we have to think about external shocks. If we're going to create something, all right, we know we have hurricanes in the Caribbean, we know we have hurricanes in Jamaica. So we have to think about that. If we're thinking about things that are going to impact the environment, what is happening with our coral reefs when we do something upstream? How does that affect downstream? So these are all things that in the building out of the DNA of a health and wellness environment for tourism, we also have to think about the health and wellness of the environment generally. And that should be our first focus. if we can develop and continue to better Jamaica in terms of its own environment for us as Jamaicans first, then it's almost so easy to sell it to anybody else, because they will come, because as usually when you hear about an environment that is pristine or has really fantastic features, you want to be a part of that too. So we don't have to create something false. We can create something that is natural. And so when we're doing whatever we're doing, we have to think about whatever we're setting out to do, that it must be sustainable in terms of our own culture, our own lived experiences. But in that same way, we need to start changing our culture. And culture is not fixed. I know some people sometimes will say as Jamaicans, so it stays with culture, but no, culture is not fixed in stone. We can be a disciplined society. We can be a clean society, pristine society. We can determine our future now and make those changes. We can be a healthy society. We've seen a proliferation of 5K, and Ministry of Health has been doing a lot of work in that environment, and generally upliftment, trying to get rid of these communicable diseases. We can change who we are as a people, and that in turn will translate into kind of visitors who want to come and experience. So you can create experiences that are not germane to your existence, and you can create experiences that are very germane to your existence. So using the assets that we already have on island as Jamaicans, that we experience and enjoy ourselves, improving upon that, and then inviting the world to experiences as well. When we do that, it's more sustainable because we have done it for us. And so it is a part of our DNA now. And so it's easier for us to continue to prolong the process.
It sounds similar to what Reverend Jennings was saying about approaching it from a holistic standpoint, where mind, body, soul, starting with us as Jamaicans, as a country. So if we get that together, then we will ultimately be more attractive, correct?
Correct. And that's a choice we can make today. It doesn't need to wait on government. It doesn't need to wait on your parents' permission. You don't need anybody. You as an individual can make that change today and decide that I'm going to live differently. I'm going to do things differently. And these are not things that cost money. Eating better is something you can do. Cleaning your environment, not littering, those are things that don't cost you any money. And all of that goes to us aesthetically being in a better place in the country. I mean, if you think about it, it's so simple. If you were walking down the street and it was clean and you had beautiful sunshine and everything was there, mentally already you're in a better space than if you're walking down the street and garbage is everywhere and you're not seeing any trees and you're hot. Mentally you're in a different space. And so all of that is very basic level wellness. But of course, we are looking at taking that basic level and carrying that to the nth degree, where you customize experiences now and you have these bespoke curated experiences using our natural assets, using our people, using our environment, using our products, or indigenous things, whether it's lemongrass or coffee or whatever it is, to create now a Jamaican version of health and wellness that can be unmatched, and you can only experience it here in Jamaica.
All right. So I'm trying to keep within our time. Yes, we're doing well. What's our immediate next step? Do we start with ourselves first, or we start with the research, or we start with the products?
Can I jump in?
Yes, go ahead, Reverend Jennings.
I'm not sure if we have to make choices like that. I think different ones of us need to do different things well, and I think we must use our sphere of influence well. When I hear Mrs. Mann-Gregg, she's speaking as somebody who works with tourism from perhaps a private sector point of view. Ms. Roberts is coming from a government agency, though she has that experience. I'm not even in tourism as a formal sector, but I'm a Jamaican and a person who's passionate about my people's development. And that should therefore say to me, if I want to see my people develop, I must be interested in all aspects of their life, including tourism. And tourism is about people, meeting people. And what made our country great, was the fact that it was the people who always sold this country long before we were selling anything.
Correct.
You could always find someone. This phrase of IRI, which is now global, came out of Rastafari, but it really captured an ethos, a spirit that said, these are people who are cool to live with. These are people who can relate well to you. And that kind of thing.
These are people who know to enjoy
life.
Environments.
Wagwan Jamaica, Ironman is Mr. Obama's famous thing. But that was saying something. It seems to me, therefore, we should use our sphere of influence. But what we need to help our people to do is have a sense of pride about their country and their environment. But that now also says pride about not themselves in a false pride way, but to say, I am cared for, I am special, and I think my screen just went. Yes, now I'm seeing you.
We can see you. Yes.
Right. To say that if I feel that I am appreciated and valued as a person all the time, not just election time, but all the time, and it shows in how I am treated in terms of a road network or opportunity for health and education or jobs and opportunity, or even how my garbage is collected. Then as Mrs. Madden-Gregg is saying, as Ms. Roberts is saying, people will want to now communicate that to others in a way that they can. And we're not putting fingers on government or anybody. We're just saying we all have to recognize we are in the same country, and though different ones of us are in different places, we are benefiting. And even if we migrate and we go somewhere else, the truth is that this country means something to us and this region means something to us, or ought to. And therefore, we should be trying to make sure that all the citizens of the country can help. So I wouldn't say it's one. I think everybody needs to do their part in order to make Jamaica the place it should be. One tourism ad years ago said, we're more than a beach, we're a country. And I think if we can get that we are more than a beach, we are a country, and therefore, to the extent that the country flourishes, tourism will flourish. It's not the other way around.
I just want to add that it's not mutually exclusive, as Reverend Jennings pointed out. But I also don't want us to lose the whole issue of personal responsibility. Sometimes we are always looking for somebody to lead and to do for us or to say we can. And I think Jamaicans are innovative people. We know how to turn our hand and make fashion, as we say. And I think we as individuals have to also take our own personal responsibility and say, this is what I want for myself. And I don't have to wait for somebody to give it to me. I can work in my community and we can clean up my house, my neighborhood. We don't have to wait on anybody to tell us about that. So there are things, and we can create products that we can share within the community, and then those products can grow and be shared with visitors. And we've seen a lot of that, grassroots movements where people are just doing nice little things in their communities, and we latch that, somebody moves it from a small or a micro business into a small business, and it grows. And I think if we recognize that there's so much potential within so many areas within Jamaica, and people want to go out and experience the country, they want to come out the hotels, and nobody is stopping them from coming. We do all sorts of tours, and we promote, and with the internet now and social media, I mean, we've seen a proliferation of people doing hidden waterfall tours, and that's some beautiful treks into the hinterlands of Jamaica. And that has developed cottage industries around those waterfalls. So there are so many elements, and I just want to challenge us not to sit back and necessarily wait for someone to say it's okay to go, or you should get this or you shouldn't get that, but to just go, as we did. I mean, as you said, tourism started with the mom and pops and in the communities, and we need to remember that and go back to those times and recognize that it is all about can-do spirit, which we all have, and we just need to push forward. And yes, you're going to have the big players that will do some other specific things, but nothing is wrong with micro, small, and medium running forward and doing things for themselves. And we in tourism will champion those causes. And this particular sector that we're in, which is linkages, it's all about that. It's all about getting those micro, small, and medium-sized players integrated into the bigger tourism family, and for them to get benefits accruing outside of waiting on the bigger players to visit.
Joy? Yeah, so there, as we have heard, there are so many low-hanging fruits, and the importance is to get the communities sensitized as to exactly what they need to do to be prepared for what is possible, right? And we have to go out there, we have to tell them that this is possible. There are lots of, as Nicola said, there are lots of people that are doing things. They're working at our force. People are visiting them. But what is the experience? Is the experience that we really want to sell, or we really want people to leave Jamaica with? So we need to go out there. We need to sensitize people as to what the product is and what tourism. I find even just doing the Team Jamaica course from TPDCO makes such a difference in these guys' lives. So if we can do that, do more of that, then I'm sure that we can start with just some low-hanging fruit.
I promised that we were going to stay within our time, and I won't ask another question, but I will ask if in our audience there is any question. I'm getting the side eye. I need to... Any questions? Yes, we have one person.
Two. No?
Uh-oh.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
It's a pleasure to be here to listen
Could
to
you put the...
It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon to listen to the discussion. It's very informative. Okay, my question to you is, like, for us at Portmore Community College, we have our students who are currently doing the associate in health and wellness. And we are moving on to preparing products so that we can be a part of what you are doing. What are some of the opportunities that are out there that can assist the students to launch their products out there?
Wow.
Nicola, you heard that question?
Yes, and it's an easy answer, and I saw Carolyn walk right behind McDonald Riley. Mm-hmm. So we have an excellent program, which is done with Jamaica Business Development Corporation through the Tourism Linkages Network, which looks at micro, small businesses, and they help them with marketing, business plan, product development, and everything. And they have an incubator system. You can also get funding through there and through our EXIM through TEF. And you can also participate in an annual event that we have, which is called Christmas in July, where we bring all our purchasing managers or gift shop managers, corporate Jamaica, to look at some of these products from or these up-and-coming entrepreneurs. And once they're at a certain scale, they have to already be working. So you go through the incubator, you get your product started. There is a path that will allow you to have access to tourism and to the buyers who will be looking for those products to put in either gift shops or to buy for the restaurants, the bars, whatever it is, furniture-related products. I mean, we have so many small companies that have gone through that and have been exposed at that event and have really grown and blossomed. So there is a path there, and it's something that if somebody points Carolyn in her direction afterwards, she can get some more details on how they can start working towards getting on that program.
I just wanted to add it also there to Jamaica Bureau of Standards, and they can also assist with the development of the products, yeah.
All right.
As well as SRC, Scientific Research Council, that would do some testing as well.
Say that again, Mrs. Madden-Gregg?
No, I said Scientific Research Council, SRC.
Right, yes, SRC.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, that's correct.
Any other question? All right, there's no other question. I want to thank you guys so much. I know that this is just the tip of the iceberg in the conversation here, but we are doing work. Kudos to the Tourism Linkages Network, the Ministry of Tourism, all its public bodies. We are working to ensure that we can capitalize on this segment to make some more money, create more jobs, everything.
Greater contribution to the GDP.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Joy Roberts, Executive Director of JAMVAC. Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg, I'm going to use your latest title, please. President of the CHTA, and Reverend Jennings, pastor of the Mona Baptist Church. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And for those who are wondering, Brazil won 2-0. All right? Everybody all right now? Yes. My name is Fiona Fennell. Thank you very much. And I am sure we'll be joined by Mrs. Carolyn McDonald-Riley in a few. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Fiona, and of course to all the other participants, Joy and Reverend Jennings and Nicola Madden-Gregg. Could we have one more round of applause for them, please? Yeah. I hope you were making a lot of notes. In just a little while, the president of the JHTA has a very special invitation for you. And it's something you won't want to miss, okay? I'll tell you more about that in just a while. At this point, I'd like to introduce the Director of Tourism Linkages Network, who will deliver a summary of the day's events. And please help me welcome Ms. Carolyn McDonald-Riley to do that for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are at the end of day one, and I know they said all good things must come to an end, but wellness doesn't come to an end if you do it properly. So we are really, it's exciting times because as the taste of the consumer changes, people look for healthier alternatives, people look for different experiences. And today, we were treated to alternatives. We had an immersive experience of different oils and spas, and we had massages. We had a whole array of different things happening while we had exciting presentation. And to recap a little, we had our Honorable Minister who opened, and he spoke to the number of hotels coming, the supply side of it, and the opportunities that will exist for us to look at. How do we supply? And in the changing appetite, how do we capitalize on the wellness market to supply the over 7,000 rooms that's going to hit Jamaica in another 2 years? We had investing in a new era of health and wellness. And we heard from Dr. Winston Dawes, and he really spoke to the fact that when you use medicine, you're treating the disease. So what happens before we get to that stage? Of course, if we practice healthy lifestyle and use healthy products, we really won't be spending much on medicine. We also heard from a leading destination of wellness tourism. And, well, that was the last panel. But just before the last panel, we had the treatment revolution, where we had persons speaking on infused cannabis. We had First Man from the indigenous village, and we had Kayan speaking about mushrooms. And they actually treated us to the alternatives of using the products. And we also had our coach, Natalie, who looked at eating ourselves into a healthy lifestyle. So quite an interesting chat. And of course, the last fireside chat we had looked at the wellness era, a leading destination of wellness tourism. And we had, again, fed our appetites from our CHTA president, Nicola Madden-Gregg, who gave us some interesting statistics as to what is happening across the Caribbean in terms of health and wellness. We also heard from Reverend Dr. Stephen Jennings, who spoke to the balance while we get to grow tourism and we look at, okay, let's provide this, let's provide that. What is the cost? Is there a health cost on the providers who are providing? And we heard, of course, from our executive director of JAMVAC, Miss Joy. We heard from, why am I forgetting Joy's name? We heard from our executive director of JAMVAC. So today has been a great day. And as we wrap up day one, we move into day two, where we have another exciting day. We continue with our immersive experience. But more importantly, in a little while, we get to launch our Beaches and Trail magazine, which is a wonderful interactive manual that speaks to all the beaches and trails that we currently have in Jamaica. And we'll hear more about that, of course, tomorrow, but we'll have the launch this evening. Thank you very much for tuning to us today, and we look forward to supplying you again tomorrow with a delight of activities. Mr. Cook?
Thank you so very much, Director MacDonald Riley. So, we would just like to, at this point, say thank you again, because without these folks, we could not make this happen. Thanks to our partners, the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JAMPRO, JMEA, JBDC, the Exim Bank, Bay West Wellness Hospital and Clinic, and of course the Development Bank of Jamaica, ATL Automotive, Bureau Standards of Jamaica. And we'd also like to say thank you to the production team, because without them we would not be seen or heard. The Montego Bay Convention Center, John Swaby Productions, M1, Thai Flora, and Pace Band. So, to those of you who are here and to those of you online, here's your personal invitation to join us again tomorrow for day 2 of the 4th Annual Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference, live from the Jamaica Conference Center. I'm Michael Anthony Koff. I'll see you tomorrow, and now I'll turn things over to the president of the JHTA, Mr. Kyle Mays, who has something very special to share with you. Kyle, where are you? There he is. Let's welcome him again, eh? Here's Kyle.
On? Yes, I'm hearing. Oh. you get it now? So I wear many hats, ladies and gentlemen. One of them is the general manager of a wonderful little hotel in Ocho Rios called Jamaica Inn. Also wear the hat of the chairman of the Health and Wellness Linkages Network. I do wear the hat of vice president of the JHTA, but not the president here, Michael. I don't know what you see in my future, but I'm not sure if that's on it. But I appreciate the thought anyway.
Yeah, at least I got your name right. It's been a long day, Kyle. You know how it is, right?
How is everybody feeling? Are we excited after hearing all this good news today, especially over there, or our presenters, everybody who had items on display? I'm looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and I'm going to invite you afterwards just to come over and have a little mix and mingle, because we do have an exciting exercise and some exciting news, and that is the launch of this wonderful tool that our the Tourism Linkages Network Health and Wellness team has put together. And that being our Beaches, Parks and Trails Guidebook. I'm going to read a little excerpt from what I wrote in the guidebook, and you know, I wondered, after hearing everything we heard today about health and wellness and about how we can help improve our health and wellness, whether it is activity or products or changing lifestyles, using alternative medicines, etc., etc. But one of the big things that did come across continuously was nature. And do you know, by just spending 30 minutes a day in the outdoors, going for a walk, it really helps us to reduce depression, anxiety, and also improves our sleep quality. Additionally, regular physical activity leads to the improved physical condition of our cardiovascular health. It improves our mood, and it increases the development of neural connections in the brain. In fact, taking revitalizing walks is one of the top wellness trends in health and wellness for 2022, according to Vogue magazine. Outdoor activities rose in popularity during the heart of the pandemic as a way to enjoy nature and get exercise while the gyms were closed. We needed to do something, so we went outside. Maybe we learned outdoor activity, tennis maybe, or just simply going to a park, walking, some outdoor gyms. But nonetheless, all of those activities, being outdoors, are here to stay. Trails, long beach walks, forest bathing, that's another trend that we don't talk about very much here, but literally going into the Blue Mountains and experiencing Cinchona, for example, goes a long way to take care of our mind, body, and soul. Speaking of nature, for a relatively small tropical island, and our school youngsters will be able to tell us all about the different aspects, but you know, Jamaica is remarkably blessed with a huge diversification of species, ecosystems, landscapes, and we boast a number of endemic birds and plants, and the most endemic plants in the Caribbean. And because of this immense amount of plant life, there are several botanical gardens around the island. And some of you might know of a few. I learned about a lot of them recently while we produced this guide. Jamaica's landscape also features the highest mountain peaks in the English-speaking Caribbean, of course, being the Blue Mountain and Jonquil Mountains. Amongst the variety of terrestrial, aquatic, and marine ecosystems are dry and wet limestone forests, rainforests, wetlands, caves, rivers, secluded waterfalls, and of course, beautiful beaches. Jamaica truly is a nature lover's paradise and offers the intrepid traveler a smorgasbord of choices. So as the chairman of the Health and Wellness Linkage Network, I'm very excited and very happy, very pleased today to be launching the product of quite a lot of work. And we partnered with the University of West Indies, who did a lot of research into all the various and discovering even more than we knew, parks, trails, beaches, and putting together this wonderful guide that is going to be benefiting our visitors. Yes, tourism we're talking about, of course, for most of the day, but also benefiting us, because I'm sure a lot of us aren't aware how and where, to find these incredible hidden gems of parks and trails and beaches. Do you know that we discovered in the process, well over 100, and in fact, we have listed in here 110 beaches that we can explore and discover. We also have upwards of 20 national parks that are featured in the guide, and approximately 15 or 18 wonderful nature trails listed here. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to take you through page by page, but one of the features of the magazine, and well, this is in the magazine form, but the guide is really meant to be utilized via soft copy. In other words, we are going to be utilizing QR codes. So I'm sure everybody by now is familiar with QR codes. There it is right in the corner. So what will happen, and what our intention is that when a visitor arrives at one of our ports, Norman Manley or over in Montego Bay, they will see a beautiful picture with one of these QR codes. They'll take their phone, they'll literally take a picture, it pops up, takes you to our site, and that's, again, I mentioned it this morning, but just as a reminder, wellnessinja.com. So that's where all of this wonderful information is going to be hosted and held on the website. And you will see all of this wonderful information and all this very valuable information. And if we pause here for a minute, this is the style of the display, where we'll have a feature shot, but however we'll have a number of our wonderful, in this case, our beaches, our assets, and to the left or the right, there will be also a listing of some of the assets that, or some of the features there, or the facilities that are actually located at that location. So there's a little key, whether it has restrooms, whether it has other services, food, or tour guides, for example, or for a park. A trail really. But the information is going to be there, and so I think, and I hope you all agree with me, that this is going to prove to be a really useful tool for our visitors, and as I mentioned, for ourselves alike, to explore what Jamaica has to offer in its incredible bounty. And I hope that, we all utilize it. And I'm going to take the opportunity now to present to one of our partners at the Jamaica Tourist Board, being JAMVAC, Ms. Joy Roberts, our ED from JAMVAC. We're going to make a presentation. She'll be one of the first persons to see, hot off the press, our guide. So come on up. Let's go in the middle here. It's a photo opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. So this is it. First of a kind.
Low-hanging fruit.
Yes, why not? I know, isn't it? So we hear about these things so often, but I never knew the names of so many of these places, and we went through, had to go through a long list. So we cut the list down. There was an initial, let's say, 200 beaches. Some of them we just wouldn't want to take persons there, but then you can see the listings of the features and then the facilities. to vet them very carefully.
I love
And
this.
Dr. Wallace is here too. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you help me just to welcome our ED from the Tourism Enhancement Fund on the stage as we show him the product of our labor for the last few months as well. So. Exercise was amazing for me. I learned so much about Jamaica and the team.
Interrupt a second. Here I'm on the other side.
Oh, good. Yes. More the merrier. More the merrier, ladies and gentlemen. More the merrier. Come, director.
And Simone.
And Simone is here. Yes. So Simone was extremely and heavily involved in the production of this guide. So, in fact, I think she deserves most of the credit. We just gave her. So please give her a round of applause. She definitely deserves the credit. Another baby, right, Simone? Yeah. You've produced so many wonderful things.